Well, hello there. Microphone muted the whole time. I'm great at this. You missed this whole bit where at the beginning I was like, how are you doing today? And then I was like laughing at myself. And then I asked, how are you doing today? It was the whole thing. You didn't really miss much. Miss is a strong word. So how is everybody doing today? We are doing a little bit of cleaning up right now. So this is a factory I don't necessarily have to touch. Alright, we can leave this. This makes factory parts. It makes reinforced iron plates. It doesn't even make them at 100% through rate. Like, this is not making 10 per minute. That does require more, right? We did the whole thing over there. I almost want to go look at it. At 10 per minute. This would fill one. I want to say this fills one. 2 iron plates, 2 iron rods, 2 screws, right? So that gives us 40 iron plates. What does 40 iron plates make over here in the assembler? Am I even using the second one? And this is what I was running all my reinforced iron plates off for ages. 40. No, it gives me like 1 and change. That's where we're at. 1 and change. Which I guess is what we were running. We were running 1 and change. So we're like, we could leave this up. This could be parts. No, we're not gonna. We don't fuck with this. So we can actually get rid of everything here as long as you don't mess with that one power pole right there. Whole factory power kind of running off of it. When we just hit all the things. Max 50 items. Go. Do it again. Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're having a good factory day. Deleting. Alright, do it again. This area a little more carefully. It's just gone. All this medium amounts of work. What do we leave ourselves to clean up? Cool. Cool. Oh. And all the power still comes from over there. So swings around and kind of loops around this area. That's part 1. Part 1. Also got 20 hog protein sitting in our items that we can sort out. Part 2 is going to be stuff behind us. Let's go ahead and get our organics off out of here and dump off excess of everything. I don't have a dump chest currently. It's not something that currently works. We could set that up. This could be something that we set up. We could dump directly, say, into some system here. We'll put a merger, right? We could, bam, anything we throw into there, into some kind of chest, would be a dump chest. It would make its way into the chain. But this is already a pretty busy little area. What if we just had a dump chest directly into its own sink? I think that would be okay too. I'll just put a sink right here. Kind of glad we did all that extra work for, doubling our power. I say not doubling. We didn't even get the chance to double it. And I think about it, we're using the maximum amount we could. Let's go ahead and dump a lot of things. There we go. That'll be fine. Nothing will... No harm, no foul. Let's get that going. One thing I wanted to do is this hog protein actually makes... Alright, research. Let's look at the research. Anything we can do for the research with the hog protein before I start destroying it? Let's require some things. That requires some steel. Okay, so I guess we're holding on to the hog protein for now. We'll structural analysis and rebar gun. Let's do that. By holding on to the... I mean, we're gonna research it. I was doing some reading up on why kind of these alien DNA capsules exist and why they can be synced. And they're worth a fair number of points and coupons early on. That then can be recycled for even more coupons. And there's some strategies behind it. But I think what we're doing now is fine. What we're doing now with it is totally fine. This would require proteins and nuts, and I don't really use medical inhalers. Research. I don't really use guns either, but here we are. I do want the steel. Alright, Caterium. Anything here we've kind of been ignoring? A lot of this is just going to require parts we don't currently make, and probably couldn't hand make right now. The zip line. We could do a zip line. Just having it available. Unlocking everything. Nothing wrong with that. Caterium. Stun rebar. Would cost regular rebar. High-speed connectors need plastic. That needs steel. That needs steel. That needs computers. And I think we already got the smart splitter. And this is the programmable splitter. Requires heavy modular frames, and that's unavailable. Cool. Next one was mycelia, which was required straighters, which we gotta go do, and that's, I think, steel. Fabric, I'm not too interested in it anyway. Nutritional processor requires steel. Still haven't found a purple power slug. This is silica. We can do that one right now. Quartz, shatter rebar, quartz, and regular rebar. Alright, let's go grab 200 silica. Yeah, this should be full. We do leave the game running an hour after we finish, and we started running it an hour before we got on. Hour-ish. Okay. Now let's take a look one more time at those alien organisms, because we're about to dump these if we don't need them. We need 5 for that. And 10 for that, so we can only really dunk 2. We'll hold on to them. We also need to not dunk the hog protein so quickly next time. Alright, more things to disassemble. Because we found the rest of this right here, wholly unnecessary. I'd love to actually bring the power back here. Oopsie. Kind of where we want it. That'll loop it into all the systems without having to worry about what's going on over here if I start deleting, right? Like, that brings all of these things into sync. You know, whatever's going on here. But we should... Now we've brought this in. That should connect everything. That's not true. We've got things that are being powered by this area out here, this copper stuff. Oops. So we'll destroy it, and then we'll just go on a tour and make sure all the power's fine. So what's the destruction line? It's right here. And this is one of the reasons. We emptied our bag. This was the old storage area. It takes a little bit of work. Oh, one of the reasons we emptied our bag. Alright, we say as hit. We are completely full off of one chest that we're now got a crate floating. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Okay, everything go. Store all. Except that. Store all. We have nothing on us. That's probably not going to last too long. We'll come back to this. I like having the, oh, a little bit of room there. Hello, chest. Oof. That's why we dunk it all. That's why we're dunking it all. Ah, Sad Rice, thank you for telling me you're the best viewers on a link that, you know, we're just not even going to give you that much attention. We're gonna need more. Or I actually don't have the I don't have the plater rods to do that. But you do. Actually, then I need the these. Alright, so that's the minimum amount of things I think I need to do what we're doing. There we go. Destroying a factory, making some space. Wish we could just explode it with bombs all over the place. Now, at a certain point, factories don't take up too much inventory space as we delete them. But it is all of the storages that make this a little troublesome. I'm just gonna do big bulks of this place and then come back and clean up the details. I think that's the way. And hope we don't break too much. I think this power I want to destroy. And this power isn't a requirement. Like this loop here, because we do some powering that way. And I think we might even try to pull all the power to the bottom of the floors real soon. But getting rid of all these should clean it up a bunch. Oh yeah, yeah, all those power platforms down there, all those little ramps that I'm definitely not gonna regret taking down while I'm up here. That we don't touch. There we go. And this is, you know, day 1 factory stuff. We're day 4 now. Nothing 3 days old is apparently allowed to exist. That would be a terrible rule. Alright. Now let's wiggle all the mouses in all this little area. mouse successfully wiggled. All right, now we're under. Get the floor. Everything shall float. It's gonna actually probably be a little more difficult because I don't want to grab those. But I guess if I grab the floor, it's easy enough to replace. Probably easier to replace than it is to ungrab it, but, or, you know, unselect it. Oh no. Why are you floating? Crap. Try again. I just unselected all the things I had selected. Like, there's a lot of crates around here, and there's no need for them to be. My inventory wasn't so full I couldn't take 8 plates. Bollocks. Floating factory parts. And hopefully not grabbing any unknown factory parts in the distance. It's like an artist's paintbrush. Careful and precise. Except, you know, not quite nearly as talented as I am with the disassembler. Alright. And this is the circle of satisfactory factory life, right? You're proud of it. You take your time on it. I guess I'd actually probably say the cycle is more like you're not proud of it because you learn more. But this factory did exactly what I needed to do. I made it organized and clean. There was nothing wrong with it. We just wanted to shift away from the starting zone. I think, if anything, that's the bit of planning failure we kind of exhibited, right? We were just kind of getting started, though. We knew that there was a better future. This is gonna kill something. I know what this is. So let's go unkill something. There we go. With that power still on. And we'll clean this floor up later. That's gonna be part of the. You know, how does this look at the end of the day? This is kind of that primary hub. Should I just stand on it? Ah. Alright, fine. Oh, now it wants to open. Okay, fine. Screw me, I guess. Alright, let's find little artifacts lying around like that. I wouldn't mind it if the supports could be deleted when everything else is deleted. Like when the belts are deleted. Although there's probably some reason, some good reason you wouldn't want that. Now this one we just have to like pick up the miner. Okay, I see green lights over there. Green lights back here. This is still kind of a backup system. Some, we'll call these little artifacts hanging out over here. Alright, this is still green, so the whole bus belt system that's happening over here should still be good. You can see that the one of these is 60 and another one isn't. Kind of seeing that now that things have settled down a bit. This is still powered. We're at 650. We'll call it 700 out of 900. And the only way to get more out of those will be Mark II miners. I think kind of taking that power down was important, but you know the power that that thing was using was important. But I guess the real concern is it was already using that power anyway. It was already that power was already off anyway. So that being said, let's clean up this edge over here to the right. Figure out what we want to do with it, check our tickets, and then plan the next factory. All right, we're not going to spend too much time, you know, fluffing around. This is actually unnecessary, and we're going to figure out what to do with this edge, but after we delete it, right? And behind me, of course, that's not powered, and I want to get that powered back on. For now. For now, we can just kind of hit the power line and then go there. But I think this is just gonna have to be a ramp coming up to here. This is gonna extend out back there. It'll probably be another ramp, right? Like this is. An interesting way we kind of got that ramped up. A little half ramp, the remnant of the original base, is the only reason that exists the way it does. Let's see what we can dunk. I mean, we do have some of this stuff is going to be needed. We have plenty of it back there. Back behind me. Alright. Now we check tickets. I don't think they're that high. I think we checked them right before we got out of here. Yeah, 5 is... I mean, we had 2 before the stream started. I did take a peek. So we've been doing some work. There's our 5 tickets. We should have the... awesome shop nearby. I just gotta take screws. We need to kind of refill on the basics anyway. We've got some rods. Now we've got some screws. Let's get a handful of these plates. Quick wire is not the basics. Wire is though. Copper sheets aren't, and here we are. So. What we haven't been doing for a bit after this is tech as well. And we could fly down the tech tree with a little bit of handcrafting. I think we grabbed windows last time, didn't we? We did. So we have some windows. We didn't have all the frames. Wouldn't mind some architecture. The structural frame set. It's going to start requiring steel. I think for now the answer is we drop our tickets back in here and we sit on it until there's a need. Eventually we'll have everything, right? But getting it in the right order, getting it as we need it, pretty important thing. That being said, tech tree. Vehicular transport requires 100 rotors, which is, you know, we can make the modular frames by hand. Let's grab some rotors. There we go, 100 rotors. 200 cables and 400 rods. And I think we gotta grab, let's see, if we want to say modular frames, they require rods and plates, reinforced plates, and the rods. Cool. The little search features. First time I'm really using it. I wouldn't say the first time using it, but the first time using it as readily as I am now, and that's kind of nice. Having a handful of modular frames on me won't be remiss. Could almost create a mini factory and start producing them with the stuff coming in. Like we could filter out rods and plates and throw them into a single assembler and make these. Mwah. But we do have that factory coming up today, so we won't spoil that fun for you guys. We do need them coming in at a better clip. I don't have any needs yet to start producing things off of the buses, of which we have 2 on entirely separate areas. So, let's dunk it. Vehicle transport. For completion's sake.
Milestone reached. Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts, is now encouraged.
Basic steel production is coming up.
Stations have built-in functionality to refuel and restock or collect parts.
So for that we need 50. We have the sandbags in our inventory. We've got the wire, the concrete in our inventory. We've got the wire in our inventory. We'd have to go over and grab 150 rotors. Completely easy. Already there. Hammer it home, friends. Hammer it home. I think we're just going to get all the tech done that we can do. That'll include the jelly stuff. Sorry about that. There was a fingernail that had grown, a pinky nail even, that had grown to a length. Not a tremendously gross length or anything, just annoying on the keyboard length. Anyway, it's time to take care of business. Little trash can over here. We can make sure we're not collecting a pile. There we go. So, that's 50. Let's go grab 150 rotors. How are there so many beans in my... Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. I gotta put up bean fences just to keep you out. Yeah, see, look at that. Oh, look at this open terrain now. You can hang out here, out there, away from me, from the factory. All right. I did do that, didn't I? Look. I think power in the floor is kind of okay, but we don't need to be that aesthetically dumb about it. Aesthetically dumb? Aesthetically dumb. Oh hey, artifacts from a lost civilization. A factory built long before us. Okay. We are sitting on a fair number of cool signs. Telling us how fast things are coming in at. I really could just be sitting down making modular frames to be ready for the next thing, but here we go. Bop, 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 bop. Go. Basic steel production.
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to
all the
new
tier
simple
4
steel
requires
parts. An additional
some level
project
of steel.
part can now be constructed. Progress to the next
You see the
phase
blueprint
is now
designer sitting back here requires access to steel. So this is our last milestone. No, not that one. Tier 2. This is our last milestone before we start our next factory. 3 minutes. Pull out 100, drop in 10, split it, drop 50. We don't need to be carrying around. Well, actually, we might want these rotors. We actually use rotors now. That's fair. They're used for assemblers and stuff. There's the Mark II belts, right? We're going to need some plates because we're going to dunk a bunch. Here's some cable because we're going to dunk a bunch. Alright, now let's take a look at, while we wait for this, let's look at our next production, which is modular frames. We're going to require 3 and 12 rotors and reinforced iron plates. Let's start putting down, because I want to see the minute production on these, so we can drop down our constructor. We can drop down our assembler. We can get cozy with our whiteboard. Cozy board. Oh. Dropping pins and stuff. Alright, so. Whiteboard. Yesterday's problem is not today's problem. This one should be simple. This one's modular frames. You have 210 iron ore. We're doing modular frames. Modular frames per assembler are, so it's 2 modular frames per minute. That is 3 reinforced iron plates per minute and 12 iron rods per minute. Those 12 iron rods are 12 iron ingots. Those 3 reinforced plates there we go. 3 reinforced plates are, and this is tough. This is the math part. Because we can make 5 reinforced iron plates at a time. And those 5 reinforced iron plates require 30 iron plates and 60 screws per minute. If we multiply everything over here by 3, we get 900, we get 15, we get 180. We multiply that by 5, it becomes 15. So this becomes this. And then we want to get it back to 3. So we divide it all by 5. So 900 divided by 5 is 180. And 180 divided by 5 is 36. There we go. That's math. Alright, so 180 iron plates and 36 screws per minute makes the 3. 180 iron plates. Now, so an iron plate itself, just working backwards. We have a whole calculator webpage for this. we could be doing it there. So an iron plates machine is 20 per minute. If I need, 180, I need 9 of those machines. They need 30 ingots per minute, so we need 9 of those. 270. Is that right? We might have to double check with the calculator. Because 36 screws is a 1:4 ratio. So it's 36 divided by 4 is 9 iron rods, which is 9 ingots. There's no way we need 180 plates per minute. Because it's not even... There's one machine. No, we need less than 30. We did something terribly wrong here. We multiplied it by 3 and divided by 5, right? So 30 times 3 divided by 5 is 18, not 180. We need 18 iron plates per minute. Yeah. This is iron rods, and this is iron ingots. Okay. 18 iron plates per minute is a much different math equation. 18 is not quite 30. It's 27. We did this earlier. 27 iron ingots to make 18 iron plates. All of that totals up to 27 plus 9 plus 12 iron ingots. We're not even doing 20. Okay, fine. We'll do the math. 36 plus 12, 48 per factory. So 210 divided by 48. That is 4.375 assemblers. So 4 and some change. And at least at no point are we going to have an overflowing line, so we could use manifolds at Mark II belts the whole time, and things should be good. So let's work this backwards again from a different angle. So we know how many we can handle. So 4.375 assemblers, or we're just going to say 3.75 modular frame assemblers, or motherfucker MF asses. To support that many, and now we can kind of look at the machines again. We're going to have 4.375 times 30. So we know that it is 30 and 60. So let's say iron plates. So 30 iron plates per minute times this number, and then 60 screws per minute times this number. I've got my little satisfactory calculator you can't see at the moment. So many screens to possibly look at the same time. 4.375. I mean, that's 131.25 iron plates per minute. And the screws is, double that, right? 262.5 screws per minute. The number of machines that requires is just a fact of divided by 20. So 7 machines. 7 iron plate. Oh no, these are reinforced iron plates. I'm backwards on some stuff. I was looking at reinforced iron plates. we need to look at modular frames. We did some bad. We're looking at the wrong recipe. So, to make this, it is 3 times 4.7. 4 point blah, 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 blah. It's actually 3 and 12. And that is iron rods. And reinforced iron plates. Now we take that number, 3 times 4.375, and now we need 13.125 per minute. And 52.5 per minute of iron rods. Super easy. And when we look at the reinforced iron plates, how many machines is that? That is, we need 5 per minute, or we get 5 per minute out of it, so it's going to be 3 machines, or whatever 13.125 divided by 5 is, which is 2.625 rip ass. Reinforced iron plates assemblers. For the iron rods, which are a little more direct, a little bit of an easier recipe, we make 15 per minute. So we take that number, we take 52.5, and we divide it by 15, and we get 3.5 screw constructor. Which, of course, is going to be 5, 3, and 4. But now we need to make things that make the things. Because screws are directly fed by ingots. We could look at, not screws, these are actually iron rods. IR constructors. Hello there! Good morning, Dailu. Thanks for the water check. There's coffee in this water, though we're going to get dangerously low real soon. We are planning out our modular frame factory, working backwards from working forwards and then backwards from 210 iron ingots. We did find that's about 4.375 modular frame assemblers, which will require 2.625 reinforced iron plate assemblers, 3.5 iron rod constructors, and now it's going to be how many how many reinforced iron. What about the components of reinforced iron plates? Which are of themselves iron plates and screws, which is 30 iron plates per minute and 60 screws per minute, equaling 5 iron reinforced iron plates per minute. But we're working with 2.625 machines, so we take that number. We 2.625 times each of these numbers times 30 is 78.75 per minute, and then really just multiply that number by 2, 157.5 per minute of iron plate and screws, an entirely iron production. Now we just need to know how many machines do we need to hit this number. And now they make 20 per. So if we go 20 per on the plate, so 78.75 divided by 20, we know that this is 3.9375 iron plate constructors, which of course will be 4. When we take a look at the screws, and those do require rods. But they do make at 40 per. So each of these is 40 per. So we do 157.5 divided by 40. That's, again, very similar numbers. And they should be, because they were doubled and then half. But 3.9375 screw constructors. Which in of itself requires rods. It needs 1/4 of the rods per minute. And we can make 15 per constructor. So it's 157.5 divided by 4 divided by 15. 2.625 rod constructors. Awesome. Which we can get rid of this portion of the math and simply start with going up. We're going to need 7 smelters. Feeding into 1, 2, 3, I guess, how many constructors? No, we want to do this thoughtfully. So 3 rod constructors, which feed into 4 screw. I guess we'll just stop writing constructor, but 3 rods, 4 screws. This is also going to feed into 4 plates, and each of those feed into 3 reinforced iron plates. And then actually over here, 4 rod. Feeding into 5. Bam. That's the plan. In fact, because we can't add 3.5, because you'll notice we've got iron rods in 2 places. 3.5 plus 2.6, is greater, or is less than 7, greater than 6, right? So I can't combine these 2 rod inputs, because it's going to be, what's that, 5.1? Wait. Yeah, we rounded up and we rounded up. $6.1. Yeah, it's 6.1, so we will need 7 constructors. We can actually keep this line separate. We won't have to tangle or manifold the other half. Molded Pixel, hello there. Yeah, I stumbled way too hard on the simple math right at the end. Good morning. Glad to see you, buddy. But all that aside, and over here we have a plan, a simple plan. Now I'm going to double check this math in a little fun way, because I think we did a lot of work that could be done over here with like a planner. And I wonder how much of this is still correct. Essentially, we want to add modular frames. Simple product. We're going to want this to be quick math here says, or I guess I'm checking the in-game recipe. We're going to make 4.3 times 2 per minute. So 4.375 times 2. 8.75 modular frames per minute. So if I come over here, we go 8.75. We should be able to follow the tree backwards. We can see that we want 4.4 rounded assemblers for modular frames. We want 2.7 rounded for reinforced iron plates. whose iron plate construction is 4, which is rounded from 3.9 on our math, and 4 screws, which we've got, which is 3 rods. Well, yes, there it is 6.1 rounded, right? Rods, 7 smelters, and 1 Mark III miner running at 90%, which is something we don't have, but it is 210 per minute. So our math was pretty solid. As you can see, this is an excellent tool that we're probably going to be using in the future. Good morning. Love me some Satisfactory. Absolutely loathe base planning. Do I loathe it? I think that was a lot of fun. I think it's going to get more and more complex. And we might have to use other tools like the ones we just demonstrated. Remember how you can underclock and overclock machines to make numbers rounder? Yeah. Yeah, we may look at that. They may do it their way. But we've got some materials to gather. So this is actually going to take 7 miners because we're running a lot of impure nodes to make this happen. That's 7 impure nodes make 210. So what we get for starting where we started. We're going to need 7 smelters. We're going to need how many constructors? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 constructors. And that is 8 assemblers. We might go vertical. This might be a fun vertical factory. 7, by the way. 7 of these little miners, which we can make. We're going to have to put down immediately to clear out some inventory, but I guess we only need 6. We'd only need 6. Because we've got 1 miner already attached and powered. Okay. Now let's top off on all the other things we're incidentally going to need while base building. I think 2,000's enough. Cable. Wire. Definitely concrete. Let's sort our inventory. What are we looking like? We don't need just 1 modular frame. Probably 1 more concrete's plenty. Let's grab another. We don't need any of this stuff yet. We've got... I think we've got the rest. Let's scroll down. There we go. All the rotors are fine. Handful more iron plates because we always run out. And while we're looking at it, we'll fill up on these because these are the belts we're using. I played a lot of survival crafting games with Uncommon. Dude loves base planning. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's a mix between planning and building and aesthetics and making it look nice. And that's something... Now that you put it that way, it's probably one of the reasons Satisfactory, I'm drawn to it a little better than I am Factorio. Which, again, I will always echo is a fantastic game. Before I get, you know, canceled by the factory community for blasphemy. That is kind of my role, though, in team. And that's one of the things I really do like about open world survival crafting games. When you're multiplayer, you can divide the tasks up. And so I've got people, you know, doing what they find fun. Which, you know, it's probably exploring and killing dinosaurs and running the tech tree. Which I think, you know, is a lot of... If I had to pick one thing John liked, it's advancing a tech tree. And so that they get to do that, and I get to do stuff they don't want to do, which is clearly, you know, making a pretty base. Every time they get to come back to the base, it's a little nicer. You know, you gotta always make your defense a little nicer. Army rule or something. I hope you have a lot of power for all those machine setups. Oh hoo hoo, that's a fantastic point. What's that gonna cost in power? Does this website tell me? 216 megawatts. I think we barely have that because we turned some machines off. And while I'm looking at it, how much are the how much is this awesome sink? 30. Okay, so the awesome sink costs 30. We're actually going to run out of power soon. because we produced 900 cleanly. Thank you. Whoop. And if this is going to take 216, we're going to run out of power. You can see it hits above 800 occasionally, and it is at occasional power usage. That's a problem. So how do we fix that? Probably turning off that awesome sink. The new one right there. That'll give us 30. We've got the backups over here, but this is extensively the last thing we can do before we get Mark III belts, Mark II miners. Let's go look at our miner proposition, because I think that might just prioritize steel. We might have to completely do the steel bit. Is it possible to consolidate overflow into one sink? We could, and this is just a temporary sink that's dunking a lot of resources, so I disassembled all this. So theoretically, this is temporary, right? We could slowly start getting rid of this. There's 30. Now back here, we could consolidate what's going on top for another 60. Because we have these two. Again, I really should add the railings. In fact, maybe I'll add them on the way back, because I've been up here a couple times today already. And this is not fun to jump over. You can't get your speed going. Yeah, we could, but we have so much overflow that Mark III belts would solve it. Mark III belts, Mark III belts. Mark III belts, Mark II miners are what's going to solve the power. Mark II, or explosives, because we can add a whole nother miner if we can get explosives. Your consumption at 700, your production at 900, so you should be okay with an extra burner or two. Yeah, and we could always buff this up with some burners. Yes, when we get to the magic. Is it possible to consolidate? Yeah. The magic of splitters and burners. He has lots of those. I think the problem is some production is far apart. Pop. That looks so nice and clean. I'm a big fan of what's going on here. Alright. We keep saying we should do it, so let's do it. Ah. I wanted it to jump again once I got to the menu. Let's hit the catwalk. I mean, the problem with power is I would love to extend it without putting burners down. I do loathe the burners at this stage, because I want to fire and forget all of my factories. But they are a solution. We need to come back one more. I don't know if we can even cleanly come down from here. So maybe it'd be better actually to take a turn and come down this way. It's gonna clip a bit, isn't it? Although I could take a turn and come down the other way. Let's do that. That's better. That's cleaner. Okay, there we go. Smart splitters are where you really see that happen. Yeah, I do have the smart splitters right here doing fun things. Pop pop. I think I've lost track of the plot in the chat. But 30. That's 30. If I have to, I'll turn off smart splitters, but I don't want to have to. We need a couple things. Either All right, we want to do this. Let's get those jump pads done. All right, milestones complete.
Milestone reached. Several buildings
either
aimed at factory
we
traversal
get
can now be accessed in the build menu.
Mark II miners
Caution is
done,
recommended during use of these products.
which is steel, to get more throughput. Or we find out where the explosives are on the tree, because that'll give us access to the extra coal we need for the extra power. And that's going to become essential, because next up after this is steel production. We need to get steel production going, and if we only have just enough power to barely eke in this modular frame factory, which is what it looks like. Oh, hello there! It is a huge raid. Is that Kibitz? Is that it's Bits? It's Bits. Hello, it's Bits. Welcome. That is hello, friends. I am Uncommon. Welcome to my stream. I'm overwhelmed with a little bit of a raid here. Welcome, hello, and thank you. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you guys had a great viewing experience. We're actually just getting ourselves kicked off here. We're about an hour into our stream day. We've been streaming a bunch of things in the last couple of months, but I think we're slowly starting to get in to the groove, back into one of my true loves, which is factory games. It's Satisfactory. This is like my 4th or 5th playthrough, and we're here having ourselves a hell of a time with a fresh start in Update 8. I told myself we were going to wait until Update 1.0, but I wanted to play more Satisfactory. So here we are. We're going to try out some logistics ideas several days from now when we finally get to the trains, when we finally get to some of the later tech. But right now we're at tier 3 and 4. We're going to slap down a modular frame factory real soon once we sort out some power. We've made our stake in the Grassy Plains in defiance of all normal logic. And here we are. We sometimes plan out our factory really precisely. We sometimes bring out our whiteboard, as you can see, our current modular factory plan. And then sometimes we just go with the gut feeling and we get things working. So again, welcome to the stream. We're sorting out power, because we just discovered that this factory right here is going to take 216 megawatts. And we almost don't have 216 megawatts. I don't have a power pole hanging out around here. Power pole! Power pole! Oh, you're full. Power pole. There we go. That's what we're looking at. We don't have 216 available to us. So, we have our coal is up in the north. Our coal is up in the north, and we've got 4 Mark I miners, and there's one node that needs explosives. I need to blow away the rock, right? And I think that's solved somewhere in the MAM tech tree, which we're about to go look up. Every time I've played this, I've never done the explosives myself. Like, my friends or my wife have gone down that bit of the exploration tree. So we've got to learn ourselves this time how to blow it up. Or we somehow get to Mark II miners, so we can slam it on those same veins and get double the output of coal. Those are the 2 solutions we're currently looking at. I even have the extra lane of coal ready to be hooked up, the whole machines for the power ready to go. We discovered that we couldn't access that 4th vein at some point. So here we are, having ourselves a little bit of a planning session. Yeah, that's some. I'd say it's some good math. I hope it's some good math. We did double check it. On the Satisfactory calculator, and it seemed to line up. So at a minimum, it's very close, but it should be good math. It should be. You know it. I hope it's Bits. I hope you had a great stream. I think I've gotta find a Right, explosives. So this we've seen. Can I look it up? Is it just... It's not already makeable, right? Or we might have to hit the the good old Google machine. Let's see. Let's do the wiki. Noblest detonator. It is under sulfur. Okay, that's the problem. We haven't messed around with sulfur. Do we have? We don't have sulfur unlocked. So let's go and look at the map. Interactive map. See if we can see how close sulfur is to what we're doing right now. Sulfur, sulfur, sulfur. Any sulfur nodes? I think there's one. Yeah, there's two. And it's up here and down here. This is down by our... That's a normal. That's a normal. This is down by our limestone, which we could mess around down there. Let's go take a look. Let's get the coffee cup out. We can't constantly be listening to the chainsaw. Finally, the explosives. Best part of Foundry yet. Now in Satisfactory. We had a lot of fun with our Foundry explosives. Ah, that wall. It slowed the slide. So we've got ourselves this hub in the center, the storage facility. And we've done a pretty good job of consolidating half the resources on each side of it. Oh, this is not the right way. And bring it in on these, you know, supply lines or these miniature buses. Oh, right, you can slide under. I gotta remember that. Sliding, jumping. All right. Once we got the blade legs, hey, it really unlocked the movement for us. Now we've got to get the jetpack going, and that'll be mwah, chef's kiss. If I understood what he was saying before raid, he was planning on doing that after trains. Oh, by the way, dumb question. Are you going to load balance where it's possible? So, I guess I need a better breakdown of the question. We're talking. What do you mean when you say load balance? Like with all the stuff that's heading into the hub? Because I have concerns and thoughts, and I need to figure out what I want to do with all the material coming in, because I don't want it to just sit in the factories forever. All right, we need to get real close on this map and maybe put a ping down. I think it's up here somewhere. Let's put a marker down and go exploring. Because right now we have a lot of things coming to the hub, and they're working as a giant storage facility, and all the overflow is going into the sink. I would like calling your warehouse the hub, since it's also a building in the game. Yeah, there's a bunch going on. My storage facility, the whole central point, I am calling the hub. You're right. I gotta go. All right, we need a new marker. I mean, a new icon. There we go. We need to be able to see it, and we also need to remember to apply our changes. There it is. So my idea, and this is something I haven't explored fully yet, it's one I've had for a while, since like update 5, was to put things into a flowing network of trains. Is it up there? Alright, Bean, you've never been this useful to me before. Jump, jump, jump. Oh, missed it. So that I can have it rotating around one giant train track. Nope. Hey, buddy. Alright, where's my basher? So we can have all the materials on the trains infinitely. Not being dropped off or stored permanently. But called for as they're needed for factories. So, you know, we'd have like an iron plates train that always has iron plates, picks them up somewhere and drops them off at all the factories, but they're never stored anywhere. And I think that's how people do. Oh, God, the Sam's ore stuff. I think that's how people do it. Oh gosh, I could just build around this, guys. This is a thing we can just do. There we are. I built this up. I'm not even sure if this is where it's at. We don't have any scanning potential. I guess now that I can zoom in on my map, I can pinpoint. There it is. This area right here is where we want to go. So not this marker. Guess I'll have to move off of it. There it is. As I understand, the basic concept of load balancing is to make sure that every machine's workflow has the same inputs. For example, if you have 3 smelters, 300 iron ore per minute, you'd want to balance it so each smelter gets 100 iron per minute. If we're talking on a per factory basis, we're using manifolds to achieve our balance. Right, so we're sending everything we have into the manifold, and it's being pulled off, and eventually the factory runs at 100%. That's how I'm handling that on a per factory level. I guess if that answers that question. I think we're talking about a more macro scale when we pull back, and we have all these factories running all these things, what to do with them. Later, I'm figuring that out a little later. But we've been load balancing on a factory level since the beginning. Research. Let's see how far we get down this tree before we get explosives and what it takes. Because maybe we're just bringing in. Is this coal? Yeah, it's coal. Sulfur. So I'm gonna need some coal, or I don't. This is where we want to get to. It is going to require steel. So we still can't do the blowing up of stuff until steel. Let's just mark this. Let's mark this and we'll come back to it. New marker. Alright, so this is... everything's like yellow and orange. I feel like we're running out of... this is sulfur, and we don't want to apply on our compass. So I see. So you go the manifold way. Yeah. The manifold way lets me, all the benefits of the manifold expand infinitely if I so desire. Do I really have crates hanging all the way out here? I do. I'm not going to get that. It's easier for me to set up, and it's just kind of something I've gotten into the habit of putting everything on. There are exceptions when I have to do some very specific balancing. We kind of did that with the limestone factory here for the concrete, because these are 260s coming into 120, and this is another 60, and the limestone itself takes 45. So I was able to, take this belt of 120 and feed it into like 2 machines and some change. And this one belt of 60 gets into 1 machine and some change. So we, split, and then we merge them into this, right? So we sometimes pull away from the manifold when it makes sense. Just like this modular frame factory, we're not gonna... we're probably gonna manifold the original iron ingots into each of the initial constructors. As long as we tune down the constructors to the actual, we underclock them to meet those goals. But after that, we're just keeping all the machines a little separate there. Specifically, we've got 2 sets of iron rods that need to be created. Some of those that get made into screws and reinforced iron plates, and then some that go directly to modular frames, right? It's kind of where we're at. Maybe drop a portable miner here. BMI Kale, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And why have blade legs if I can't blade leg? Blade leg my way back. Big jumps. Oh, man. Sliding under and going up. Alright, so since we do barely meet the requirements for our modular frame factory, do we do that, or do we start steel production? Because that's the one thing we really can't do. And it does seem to be blocking a lot of our tech trees. I think we have to get into steel, which means we need to find the right place to build the factory. And I think in the grassy plains, steel is gonna be a little slow. Maybe we make a tiny steel factory, get ourselves a trickle of steel, and then go heavier later. Whoa, hey buddy. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll plan a small steel factory. We'll make both of the steel products we need. I really should have. Ah, hello. Thank you for the follow, CC. CC. I appreciate it. Welcome. We actually had a bunch of miners on us, so this is... Oh, we can only have the one. We can drop them all and just remake them back at base. Because the thing we can do right now is we can hand make the small number of modular frames we actually need. So there's no need for me to get too much more invested. We don't need to do the whole factory right now. Because clearly steel is what's blocking us from keeping our power climbing. It's keeping our tech tree down. We could put Mark II miners once we get the steel going. We got a lot of things that steel unlocks. We don't even need to run all the way back for this. Let's stand here. Let's take a look over our map. Fun fact I learned last time I played, you can slide through the conveyor ports in the walls. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could slide through the ports. Just diving through conveyor ports like an XCOM cutscene. Alright, so we need a couple things for basic steel production, right? In fact, I think we can look up steel. Steel ingots are made from iron and coal. Steel beams are made from straight the ingots. And steel pipes are made from just ingots. So, anywhere on this map that'll have both coal and an amount of iron nearby is what we're looking for. Problem is, these are all dedicated to power. So we don't have those. I think there's some pure coal nodes down here. Yep. And now, are there any iron nodes accompanying? There are. Okay. Perfect. So these are 4 normals, 1 pure. That is a perfect, absolutely perfect amount. I think it was even, if we come back here, the ingots were 1 to 1, 3 and 3. So when we have 2 normals, that equals a pure. We can start the factory like right here. Coal. I want to say it's like over here. There it is. Right in that direction. If we want to make a basic production line, we can even send it right along here. We're not going to need too many things. So let's plan out. Let's edit our to-do list. We only need 3 miners for this. They are advanced smelters, aren't they? Foundries. They are foundries, so they're not smelters anymore. Let's pull out the whiteboard. We ain't done this yet. We ain't done this before. It's been a minute. Do we have the materials to make a foundry so we can look at it? We do. All right, let's come down here. Oh, we don't have the materials to make a foundry. We're gonna have to make a foundry. We're gonna have to make 10 modular frames. At least we make 2 at a time. It is 15 hammer smacks. But 2 at a time. 15 more. And we'll drop that foundry. Hey, Molded Pixel, water check. Ooh, we're getting real low, buddy. But there's some water in this coffee, that's for sure. All right, next water check, I'm going to have to get up and make some more coffee. Or at least throw another pot in. So let's see what we can get done with the foundry. See what we can see. All right, it is a steel ingot. It is 45. Okay. So, ooh, I need to take a picture of what's on the whiteboard right now. We put a lot of time and energy into this, and I don't want to redo it. Okay, cool. So, we're going to make whatever these two nodes can make, right? Well, we've got 120 coal and a matching amount of iron. The foundry themselves take in 45 per minute of each and make 45 per minute of each. So ideally, we're going to get 120 steel ingots. All right, so we're gonna then take those steel ingots, and are they made in constructors? I guess is the next question. Because it's been a minute, I don't know where we do with these. I think it's constructors. Yeah, steel pipes and steel beams. So the beams take 60 and turn it into 15. Pretty simple. Well, that's one constructor. That's all we could get out of that if we split down in half. Does that work out? It doesn't quite work out because pipes, which I think are less important, are 30 per minute to make 20. That leaves us with a floating 30 steel ingots. A floating 30 steel ingots. That what do we want to do with? I think beams. I feel like beams are more important because those end up being Mark III conveyor belts. And so we could slam them into here for another 7.5. 7.5 per minute, bringing us to 22.5 per minute. That'll work out with the pipes. So super easy then. We just got to figure out the number of foundries we need, go get some materials, and come back. And then run big old conveyor line belts. So at 45, 120 divided by 45 is 2.6, so we need 3 foundries, 3 miners, and 3 constructors. Super simple steel factory, producing 22.5 and 20 per minute, which, you know, I gotta say for this biome is pretty healthy. We could double that. There's another amount of coal, another pure coal, and some more iron normals to the other side. We could combine those, double this whole thing for 40. We could. So the ×2 plan. Do I need the coal or the steel for anything else? We do later. Let's double it. Let's double all that. All right. So before we double all that, we're gonna take a short break. I'm just gonna go downstairs, throw in a pod, get some coffee. We'll be right back. dokie. Okay. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, so. We're ready. Our body is ready. Our to-do list is not ready. We only need 6 constructors. We need 0 assemblers. We need 6 foundries and 6 miners and a whole heck of a lot of other things. But I say other things, mostly concrete, miners, concrete and reinforced iron plates and modular frames, all the things we're gonna get over here, and we're gonna get moving, shaking and moving, moving and shaking, moving and jumping. 1.0 features. I mean, the feature I'm most looking forward to is it being out, so we can all start over again. I guess I'm interested to see where this story goes, because I've been running past Samwar for years now, wondering what they're cooking up. And they teased a whole bunch of optimizations to the game. They're gonna make, you know, playing this version feel like a chore. So there's definitely some stuff we're excited about. Modular frames, portable miners. All right, let's get those 6 portable miners. Well, we could just throw down a bunch of them. Doing some work over there. Oh, is this power output something we can handle? Before we make too many more, what's a foundry run on? 16. Constructors on 4. Miners on 5. So there's 30. There's 24. So yeah, we're fine. All right, this is something we can do. This is the right factory to be working on. Although having space in the inventory goes a long way. So let's drop off all the organics. The extra sulfur we're sitting on. 2 more. Make our modular frames. I think we're going to have to go pick up some parts. Let's go pick up a set of rods. And get this up pumping. This is crazy how much handcrafting we could end up doing in an automation game. Come on, modular frames. Oh man. We are cooking. We're gonna get into steel real soon. Super excited about that. I recognize the name. It's Bits, and I know I've seen your YouTube videos for sure. And I'm just off the other screen going, which ones? Yeah, there's Bits. Well, we were. Let's not watch the videos live, but yeah, no, we've definitely spent quite a bit of time in these. Yeah, thanks, man. I do appreciate the rate. We're hanging out, playing some, well, one of my favorite games, and I'm sure yours. What computer do you have? My laptop lags so hard on this game. We've got a desktop with a 3080. And i9 a couple years ago, This was a pretty good computer a couple years ago, but we got it before all the 490, 480 stuff started coming out. You want a specs command? I'm not that good yet, but let's look at the computer stats. It's a pretty good computer, I guess is the way to say it. But let's see, the 3080 is the big deal. That's easy to remember for me. The processor is i9 12900. We've got what 32 gigs of RAM. It's a solid machine. It's the best computer I've ever owned. Once we bought this house and we moved in, we decided it was time to, dump a little bit of money on something nice. So this machine has been by my side since then. So about 2 years. Yeah. Super, super, super nice. Yeah, it's a gaming computer for sure. But we'll add that specs command to a list of commands that I'm going to have to implement. All right. We've got a couple more modular frames than we need. We're almost full inventory. Let's sort. Let's grab just a couple things we're definitely going to need. Let's get full stacks of the important bits. We've got lots of plates, lots of concrete. I think it's going to be reinforced iron plates. No, we won't need those. We're going to need more regular iron plates because we don't need a full Mark II belt all the way back. These are only going to be coming out at 40 per minute. Let's make this a full stack. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you can't stop the beans, man. I try. I smack them. They are always coming back. Just gotta get steel production. We've been waiting for steel production for some time. One of these things I can't handcraft. At least not until I get the ingots and get those in a foundry. I think we can also just make 2 separate factories. We can fully dedicate. Do we fully dedicate? When I look at the whiteboard, it's gonna be 90 and 30 is the breakdown. So no, we don't want to make one factory on each side. We probably want to bring all of the ore together, all the ingots together. Let's throw down a foundry and look at that. So slide through the port. I should get that angle going. They move at the same pace. So it is the same belt work. We could bring it together. The coal's just coming at us at 120 out of the piers. It's right over there, so let's not jump down. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Alright, so. Coal. 48. Is it up there? It would make sense. Just gonna hide it real high up. 39 meters in front of me. Okay. We've got the build. We've got the power. We know how to handle this. There's that Sam Morgan. Where you at? Hey, buddy. You're making that water all nice and green. Alright, so we've got... Ah! You little hog, you. Alright, come on, buddy. Let's go. Oh, you didn't take any hits. He's just a little punk hog. Alright. Chop you down. Oh, it won't let me because I have a full inventory. Wait, forget the ports. Where are the hypertubes? Oh, we ain't got there yet.
I strongly advise you to
There's so many cool things we're gonna get to see together, but alright. We are. Oh, we're building. We're just going up. There we go. Alright, there's the coal. So, let's throw down a miner. Wait. Oh, there you are. You're not gonna leave me in peace. I believe you're are you special? No, you're not big. You're not big or scary. We don't have a ruby yet. Let's drop the miner. We want to send it to this way, because I think the other coal's over here. So we grab it and we slam it down. I think we can even just piggyback off of what's going down there. And now we have a second amount of coal, which, by the way, could make into power. I'm out of fuel for the chainsaw. That's what happened. Yeah, good point. I didn't pick any up. I probably dumped it. The next bit is we're going to run by the iron ore. So whatever direction we go, which is that way, we got to go west. We can world grid that, right? Oh, you know, let's go for the smaller. Hold control, world grid. How do we want to... We're going to have a few materials on this, so let's use the walls. Let's use those conveyor walls. We'll do the 2x, because one of these is going to be iron real soon. And we just go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we keep going until we get to the iron. And the iron was like right here, yeah? I think that's, I'm looking at it right there. We're going to verify. Hey, there we go. So, run this again. Run that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess 7's still the magic number. Do we want to pull any power? Because we could easily... Yeah, we're going to want to bring the power along with us, I think. We got good at this yesterday. We ran the quartz line quarter of the way across the map doing this. You can see it way over there. It goes way off into the distance, up and around, and I think we're over the iron. So let's get ready for a dip. Pull that to here. Bring it on down. I think we bring it on down twice. I find that if I don't make a second ramp, I get kind of stuck jumping over these walls over and over. We only get 6 coming down. I think that was 6. And we can even do the factory right here, because I think going over this direction, we don't want to go over here for the other coal. We'll bring it to us. That leaves this area here. We can build our foundation. We can build it along that way. We got a little bit of limestone I don't want to necessarily break off. Let's give ourselves all the space we want. Alright, so foundries. We need 6 of them. They're going to be able to handle, what, 3-ish per belt. We're going to want iron coming in here as well. We're going to drop that down. Just going to come over. Just kind of imagining where we want to place the first of these, because we don't need much room for these. We do have to feed them with that, like, series of splitters that are elevated. So we'll take the first lines. I think we take both lines from the right. So we just go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, and 3. Nope. All backwards. They're not here. There we go. this gets us all the items fed cleanly in. As long as they're all connected appropriately. Now the iron, another set of miners, and another set of hogs. One hog or two? Just the one? I'll handle one hog. Let's go. One hog will hold us together. Bop, 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 bop. Alright, as far as that was, all that iron's leaving the inventory. Throw down the 2 miners going that way and that way. I guess we combine these. These are only normals. We can merge them. I mean, how neatly can we do this? Because we're gonna want... This is where some of that, like, I wouldn't mind picking up some better aesthetic tips. Things to, you know, maybe help the factory look nicer in the long run. Out here, I don't spend as much time on it. I think these little tidbits, like, I'll take this to 1 block away, and then I'll, you know, raise it up. Although, that clips a bit more than I want. So let's bring it 1 block away from 1 block away. And then bring it 1 block away and then up. And up in there. And that'll be that. We could just slam that in there and be real gross about it. But I think it's gonna be better. We drop that 90-degree angle. And we can bring it right under here. Make sure that's another 90-degree angle. Bam. Be a little bit of power, which we did bring with us. I think we want to put one on the edge. And then in between each of the machines. And then we'll connect from the inside because we're less likely to use these again. There we go. And now we can run power that way. How do you get it to do 90-degree angles like that? So I will show you. When we take a belt, and let's say we want it to be, you know, going that way. Say it's centered, that's even easier. Alright. And we want to get it to turn here evenly. Alright, tree. I chose a bad spot because I'm out of fuel. This way. Bop, bop. We want to get this belt to turn 90 degrees on this track. We have to use the mouse wheel to get the 90 degree, or to get the turn. I guess the right turn. You can see we're now 2 mouse wheels, 2 mouse clicks, and it's going that direction. And then we just watch it, like I'm here, and I moved it to the left and to the right until I get exactly the angle I want. Noticing that we started in the middle, I'm gonna want to, you know, keep it down in the middle here. And we click. That's our 90 degree. If you run it, you've kind of got to stop right at the turn. You've kind of got to make sure you put another, what are these called, the conveyor poles down when you get to that segment. There's no way to, at least that I'm aware of, to say like start here and then run it all the way over here and get a 90 degree turn, right? Like it's just going to go the straightest path. So you get to the turn, stop, line everything up, and then put it down. Yeah, no problem. It didn't always used to be that easy. And sometimes when you have a wall, it'll try to, like a wall with a conveyor hold like these, it will try to snap in and get rid of the, it won't allow you to do 90 degrees, so sometimes you'll have to take down the wall. But good morning and welcome back, Fallout Zone. Hope your factory is growing smartly. What do we have here? Right, we want all this fed in. Is there anything we're missing other than setting a recipe? Cool. So that means we're going to use a manifold on this, because this is only going to be 120. We'll send it straight out. We'll send it over. And we'll send this over. We're just going to end up making both factories twice. We'll make them in the same spot. But we notice we're not prepping for 240 right now. We're getting this on. And then we can even throw it on the belt, drive it all the way back. But now we have 120 steel coming out. We want 90 of this to head into one machine. And I think we accomplished that. Here we go. By just lining up all the constructors, not even all the constructors, start with the splitters. And we just manifold this as well, right? So we take the splitter here, there. These founders are big, so they're not quite lining up one per block. I want to do it from this way for sure. Oop. Jump up. 1, 2, and 3. We set this one to be steel beams. We set this one to be steel beams, but we set it. We set this one at half power, or even better, we make each of them, what, 66 power or something? It was 11 points. Right, I want to 11.25 per 75%. Yep, that's what I thought. Math this out, guys. 11.25, and this last one's pipes. So once you saturate, and they will, because we're not moving. We're not moving them right now, or are we? Yeah, we do want to connect these, don't we? We want to get that flowing. It'll be easier if we got all the lines connected now, then we can just plug in the second factory. I like dropping these on the corners. Just give ourselves connections there. There. Did we already do it? And there. Alright, so again, can we just pick those up? We have to go under, don't we? I don't think those are trees. Some of them are trees. Alright, we'll come back. We'll come back to that. Let's see. Good morning. I'm rebuilding because I'm an OCD perfectionist and learn new ways of doing things, so I had to fix it. Hey, that is the satisfactory experience. You were doing nothing wrong, sir. We all did that. You learned so much the first time, and then you learn so much the second time and the third time. Well, I'm on time 5, and I'm even repeating mistakes I probably shouldn't be. We want to... Can we do this? Let's get a smaller ramp. I don't know how many... Yeah, I'm 2 meters off there. And then... I guess I'm 2 meters off there. I'd say I'm more 1, but let's keep the slope the same. We put down the 2 walls here. I guess we're just going to go alongside parallel, although we didn't like put the conveyor walls here. Yeah, this is fine. This is a fine way to do it. Is it? There's a giant rock in the way. There we go. I think one of these guys is going to stand up through this wall as I walk over it, isn't he? Right about here. He's right underneath me. So you started a server, we did, finding it not that fun. I think I'm doing it with the wrong group, and some have to have things their way. Ooh, interesting. And that's kind of one of the reasons I haven't played a lot of this multiplayer. I definitely have a friend who would jump on the opportunity to do more multiplayer Satisfactory, and I found that I kind of have to have things my way too. And it's hard to let that go. It is hard to let that go. I think we described it the last time. You kind of have to assign responsibilities and roles. You've got to have somebody in charge, but you also got to do it in such a way that people have their freedom to, you know, do what they want. It's tough to let them go. Yeah, bonk him with the real life Xeno Zapper, for sure. Ah! Down. I fell down. All right. Which is to say, we gave ourselves a way up, but we've, you know, since I say not broken it, but no longer need it there. We need it here. Does anybody else do their factories with these floating platforms? I feel like I'm playing wrong when I look at it. Like, I feel like I'm definitely going to come back one day and add all the architecture. Well, I have the architecture. I could start putting some port pillars on everything and really making it look nice. I just haven't before, and I haven't yet. All right, mergers. So one set of mergers here. We're going to be a little cheeky, and we're going to cheat. And this one comes out straight. Floor too steep. Let's get you to about there before we slam you into the wall. And we'll slam you into the wall. And we'll keep this kind of... Well, hey, Bean. Hey, buddy. Ha! I think last time I watched Satisfactory stream, the dude had his entire factory on high altitude platforms, and that's a way to do it. I think we've talked about that before. Like, why have everything 3D if you're gonna just make it a giant floating platform? Well, because we can still go three-dimensional. We can still make it all three-dimensional. See, the planning arrives. Let's get this out of the way. Kind of like getting the 90-degree turns here too. A little time consuming. But we're gonna get all this back home. We'll plug it in, and then we'll come back and do the other half of the steel, so we're getting a good amount of production. This is one of the things I don't want coming in too slow, because even these steel beams eventually become, like, they're an important ingredient in the Mark IV belts, which add concrete to the formula. So I feel like we're even going to be taking half of these beams for that down the road. Although we'll probably be away from the grassy plains biome by then, because a lot of our limitations are due to the grassy plains. Toxicity. And it's just the plant underneath me, isn't it? I told you. He was hanging out there. He was waiting for his opportunity to just strike. Oh, last minute 1 p.m. meeting. See you in a bit, John. I got the zipline handle last night, and yeah, that's another thing I need to do. I haven't done the ziplines yet. And this is where we get a little finicky, a little crazy with our production. I want to get over there cleanly. Alright, so we go to that, to that. Oh god, that's bad. That's so bad. Can I, like... Not really. Can't really do a lot about it. It's probably going to get even worse, because we're going to want to bring it, like, that way. We're not spaghetti, you're spaghetti. I think the better way to do that one might be, if it's not a slope, it's too much of a slope. And that's fine. Unless, now that I'm looking at it, unless it's better just to go directly over. I think that's actually less clipping. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go 7. I kind of like to stagger these so I don't get stuck behind him. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6, because we're gonna want to come to about, say, there, right? Nope, we don't want these. We want 3s. I think we want 3s here, right? Let's run all the way back, because there's a point where we make a 2. Okay, it is a 3. All right. So we make a 3 wall. Break it up a bit. And that's going to come from there. We do need that connection. We'll bring it in. Ooh, actually, we don't need that connection. We need it on the left. In fact, I wonder if... how do we want it? If we do the 2 here, how does this look? That ends up colliding pretty heavily, so we want the 3 wall for sure. So 3 wall here. We go from here to the middle, because this right section's full up ahead, and it's got rotors coming into that port. So can we get our 90-degree angle? Not immediately. We just delete the wall. As we were talking about before, sometimes the walls get in the way. Down and reconnect. There we go. Honestly, I need to play Satisfactory with someone like you. I have a tendency to build small, inefficient setups to rush a tech tree and then get stuck playing catch-up on productions after I finish the tech. I even feel right now like I'm rushing. Like this morning I was thinking to myself, man, when 1.0 launches, I'm really going to take my time. We're going to make every factory look good. That's, but let's see, but I get it. That's definitely how, like, I want all the tech, I want the trains, I want the things that are going to make life easier later. But when you rush it, you end up with, oh, a lack of plates is what happens when you rush it. You do end up scrambling for the rest of it. If you can make things at least a little modular, it's not necessarily a bad way to do it. In Factorio, I build small at first and then supplement better and more extensible stuff when I have better tech. My Factorio experience is completely different, I think, probably from yours, in that I open up guides and blueprints and start slapping shit down. My next Factorio playthrough, which will be a 2.0 playthrough, I'm gonna try to go guideless. I'm gonna do my best. So, come August, look forward to it. I tell you though, the solution to good multiplayer. I know I'm repeating advice from yesterday. Oh, did I leave you all the way back here? Again, you're gonna have somebody who's kind of in charge. Let them do, let them do the starter factory, if you will. Let everybody else kind of run out, collect resources, get the alternate recipes. Once they get the first couple of constructors down, you start assigning tasks. And you say, hey, Bob, go over there on this square and build the power factory. I'm going to give you X amount of room. You let them put down the foundations even. You let them put down the foundations, let them put down the first power pole, and say, build the power factory. Let me know when you're done. And that way, you get the freedom to make the power factory however you want, but the person who's in charge is, you know, inevitably responsible for making sure it all plugs in the way their vision sees it. And that's a method, right? That's how I've done it successfully in the past. Is been the person to tell people where to do things and what I need, and then leave it at that. And I've come up with some really nice buildings. If you're really picky, you could even direct, you know, you even come back after they've built their factory on the location you built it. And be like, all right, now you add your decorations. Get somebody in charge of doing decorations, maybe. Somebody who really loves the beautification of our project. I think these all come down cleanly. Yeah, all right. Cleanness. So let's go double it. Like, how many do we have? If we wait a second, we can start doing tech. But I think that'll probably be easier once we've once we got a slightly higher production. It's only 22 minutes. It'll take 10 minutes for that to come in. So do we need anything before we go? We need fuel. We have dropped off our fuel, and we need to do some. There it is. Our solid fuel. Drop off a couple you know, bio items. Sort and take a good look. Take a good look at what we're sitting on. I think we're fine. We are gonna probably buffer our reinforced iron plates. Let's buffer some of those. Let's drop off these beams we're sitting on. We don't need those quite yet. We don't need the rotors. We're over abundance of modular frames. Concrete never hurts. All right. I think we're fine. We can head out now. We even have a couple bits of space. Yeah, delegation. But it's very easy to turn this game not fun with multiplayer. You've just got to have a good group dynamic. But if everybody's doing whatever the hell they want, well, it can get messy. And if you're a group that's okay with the chaos and the mess, it works. But, you know, maybe you don't need two people doing, you know, beam factories at once, or maybe someone's taking too many of the iron resources. How do you sort that out? I think the solution's a person in charge. That person's usually me. But, you know, with somebody who really knows what they're doing, I'd follow that lead. I'd follow somebody else's lead. All right, this mess. Now that we have fuel again. Let's see, my other problem I have is I have no problem leaving my save running while I'm working, so I can come back to stockpile resources. Oh, that's not a problem. That's just how you play the game. Even I'm leaving this running for an extra hour before stream and after stream. Just kind of let things chill. The good news is I can't read emails, so I don't have a 1 p.m. meeting until next Wednesday. Oh, good. Well, welcome back. Consensus through Xeno Zappers. Yeah, there you go. We did a little bit here. This was a little messy. But I think we can do this again, right? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh no, we didn't get it all. So we're going to extend this out that way. Essentially, we're just doubling the factory. Probably don't need anywhere near this space. Let's go and just put the stuff down. We'll leave a... Did we leave a gap? I think we leave a gap because we're bringing in more resources, probably from like this angle here. So we leave a gap, and then we double it. Oh, did we drop the rotors off? We might have dropped... I think we dropped the rotors off, guys. Well, I don't have to go too far for all this. Oh no, oh no, oh no. So glad we have mid-air mobility. Yeah, I don't know if this works as well as a PvP game as something like Ark does. I mean, I guess not naturally, but you can make anything PvP. Like, can you imagine though, like setting up 2 hours worth of a heavy modular frame factory, and then someone comes in and blows it up or steals your miners and takes all the resources. I think the fourth way, and somebody else recommended this, was just go to your own biomes and play your own game, and that works perfectly until the end game. Right? It works perfectly until it's time to sort it out. Until you need the resources, right? For the very high level complex stuff. I do think everybody could do kind of what I'm doing here up to this level of tech pretty easily in their base. And then once you start doing computers, maybe once you start getting to trains, you start collaborating. Wind jetpacks. Honestly, I think when I get fuel and oil, I think the next tech tree, like the space elevator we're kind of ignoring right now, that level, which we know we're probably going to get to that tech today. Once we get the steel going, we could probably handcraft our way into it pretty easily, pretty reliably. So maybe soon. So we're not quite lining these up, are we? We're going to want a little extra space, because we get that rock right behind us. We drop those down. We get our splitters working for us. And again, it's coming from there. Do we... Yeah, let's just come in from the right. This, again, one of those things I'm going to be super happy to blueprint when the time comes. Slap in some belts. Slap down some belts. And get all this done, and all we'll have left to do is bring in the resources. So, power. So there. I like an excess of power poles, more than I need. Sam Moore keeps talking to me. Comply. Oh no. Let's see. Oh, I bought the coffee cup IRL and got it last night. Nice. I seen that. I might have to buy some of their merchandise. At a minimum, I'm building up a nice plushie collection of, games I enjoy. We've even got, both the probe from StarCraft 2 and the new Stormgate mascot. I guess the Frost Giant mascot. The Yeti. That came in the other day. So, I mean, PvP gotta have rules, but PvP map control could be interesting. Jetpacks are tier 6, so they just so happen to have my save up with Jetpacks research. Okay, so we're gonna get close to it.
Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Wow. Again, this story, I'm looking forward to it so much. What did we do? We did murders and splitters. Okay. I think I'm making this harder than it needs to be. All right, so just by jumping around too much and... Oh, not that way. Mergers gotta rotate. Alright, foundries don't take up exactly one square, so we end up a little wide. But we are popping out of here at 120. Because we're putting in at 120. When we come back to the splitters, we come from that direction. We want it centered. This is, it's just 3 again, right? We go... Alright, we're going to look at it from this side. I don't know how we got off of, Alright, There's no reason for these to be lined up this way. We want them lined up not with the mergers behind them, but we want these on the blocks. We want these lined up. Center, yeah. Wait, why is this? We're so bad. Everything's off center. It's off center because this starts off center. That's the problem. Alright. We'll just line it up where it needs to be. And move on. And that comes through to here. Put the power down. Excess power poles. It's also one of the reasons I don't ever really get into Mark II power poles, because I know they have more connections. I just don't ever. I don't use them. There we go. We just put down excess power poles anyway. I'm gonna have to lurk because work needs me. Have fun. Thanks, Molded. Appreciate you hanging out, brother. See you when I see yous. All right, so now we've got to go find the iron, right? We kind of know where the coal's at. We kind of know where the iron's at. Oh gosh, there's so much iron. We could pull from any of these. So it's actually the coal then we want to. Nope. It's the coal that's going to be the distance, and then we'll just use this iron here. So let's mark that on the map. Let's give that a forever infinite look, and that was west of us. And I think it was pretty high up. So let's go to it and then drag it back, right? We're going to listen to you for a minute while we remember to mark our factory. Harvest. This is the steel factory. Alright, so we get the steel factory going, we get some good icons. This one we can make darker color.
Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
I haven't heard these lines. That was pretty good. The only cure for to save my paternal figure is alien artifacts. Oh, you there, little doggo. Alright, how far to coal and what altitude are we working with? Hello, other materials. Is it floating? Is it tough? Is it high? It's low. Okay. So, world grid. Probably world grid starting with a foundation. Just a flat 4x. Because it doesn't matter which way we rotate it. So what we're going to want to do is head back west with this. East with this. Probably... probably not even any real height, right? We're going to stay low to the ground until we start clipping pretty heavily. This one will come down. I see that little monster down there. Let's go, little monster. Hey, buddy, this is my coal. Pop, 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 pop. Thank you. One miner, please. Alright, we'll run the power along here. We'll drop this on a... We'll do the double connector wall again. Which means we're going to want a second lane, essentially. That's what we're getting at, a second lane. To kind of power it all, or so I can walk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's normal. That's a normal building pattern. There we go. And we're coming on up. Alright. We don't necessarily need the double building path since we're on the ground, but we got the materials. We're doing pretty good, doing pretty healthy. In fact, we can drop the wall. This is pretty easy to navigate here. We'll yeah, we'll drop the wall right about there. We'll start connecting power lines that way. As long as we stay on the right side, I'll feel pretty good about what we've got here. We'll get the all the brush on the way. Let's clean up our path. Make this, you know, relatively clean, but it's not gonna be. I say it's not gonna be perfect, but we're keeping nice and low to the ground, avoiding the floating platform until we need to, which I think is right about here. There we go. We've got a little bit to go. I think. Here, let's walk it. So we're gonna go over this. Right, I'm okay with spaghetti on these outlying areas to an extent. We're gonna go over that, and then we'll take a left, or maybe we'll go under it. Let's see what this level gets us over here. And we can take that now. We can remove that marker. And swing it on down. Swing it on down. Tree. I wouldn't mind being able to chop the trees down from the top of the trees. That would make some of this a little easier. This is not the worst thing in the world. Haha, alright. That and that and that. So this is kind of just going alongside, but as soon as we can connect it to the power, right, we would turn it off. We wouldn't bother anymore, which I think we could just do right up here pretty easily. Even dropping down to like here. Being weird with the wall. There we go. Now we're gonna do a little bit of forestry work. Actual lumberjacks do start from the top because they unless they need the whole tree in one piece. Yeah, it's fair. That's how they chopped down mine in the backyard with the from the top. Came back from work that day, and they were working throughout the day, and we just had like this branchless log. You could barely call it a tree anymore. Are we committing this sin? We're not committing exactly this sin. Here we go. Look at us. Cardinal sin avoided. Okie dokie. Not as useful down here, but we'll, can we jump? Oh, we can't make it. But we can jump if we get a good start. Like a... There we go. Alright, we can bring it to here, and that feels pretty good. There should be coal on the line. There it is. Okay, so it is making it. It's just, 120 items per minute, a lot slower than it feels at times. What were the foundry belts? They were like 5 items a second, which would have been, yeah, 5 items a second times 60, 300. And then they went up to like 10. So they became like 600. So those were just faster belts. Maybe that's why everything feels so. I never thought about it before in Satisfactory. Right, the belts were always just what they were, but having something three-dimensional to compare it to makes these feel slow. Alright, that's fine. I don't even know if the iron's gonna get connected up here. We made a lot of room for it, but we haven't put eyes on the exact nodes yet. Let's see. We can ramp up from here, right? I did say we were coming from like that side, and then we ended up not. Let's see. How bad is? That's not. It's like one foundation off, right? I hope. What we're gonna do, we're gonna see it like that, aren't we? Yeah, it's like a meter out of 8. I hope it's a meter out of 8. Because let's keep this even. Yeah, 1 meter. Can we do the 1 meter ramp? Why don't we do a 2 meter ramp? That's right. So it was 2 meters. Oh, it's just not correct. Almost not correct. We can fix that with a 1 meter foundation. We get a little funky. Get a little funky with it. We do need that to start at the bottom of the ramp, though. To be a good straight. We got that Mercer sphere doing its work again. Go ahead, tell me how you're my parental figure again. Oof. Just a little too short to make a good 90 without tearing down pieces. So let's go to here. Alright, there we go. That should be cool. Iron is nearby. It is... Does it auto default to iron when I do it that way? I couldn't tell you. South. Actual direction we're gonna go. Oh, small hops. Big hops. There you go. That's a pretty good location. Super close. I feel like we're going to be twisting and turning this a bunch. Because this is... There it is. That's what we want. Now you've got to route up here, buddy. You coming to get me? Hey, hog. I should have taken a second swing. There we go. Third swing. There you go. Give me them remains. Let's get this iron ore off the node. Plop down a miner. And get going with steel. We'll bring it this way, because we're going to need to merge these two into a single line. These are normals. Not a lot of these. Just hanging around. Oh, we just gotta bring her up. You know, it's actually probably the easier thing to do. Right. Now, of course, this can be centered because we know better now. And let's not forget power. There we go. That's moving. This is... Yeah, we don't have to draw down below. We can just lumber. Thank you, gentlemen, for being available for... Do even more work to get this down. Kind of been one of our goals to stick close to the ground to make everything feel nicer, but we've been, you know, okay at it sometimes and terrible at it at others. Okay, so we get to there, and we stop, and then we use one block to go up. We get what, a block away, like right here. Go up. Can we dunk it in? We could maybe get it cleaner if we took it here, like. Oh, wrong way. You don't get to go there. I wonder how that's gonna screw things up. There we go. Cleaner. Now, how polluted is that belt? Let's get steel ingots going. Steel ingots. Steel ingots. Alright. Just make sure the belts are moving. Oh. These shouldn't slow down. Not yet. They all feed in here. And it was 75% right here, right? So this was beams at 75. Oh, nope, 75. This was beams at 75. And this was full speed pipes. Because we did all that work earlier, all we got to do is slam it into a merger, which we can do, like, call it like right there. 8. Click, click, click. Pop these mergers out over here, going that way. Slam another merger in, call it I wouldn't mind doing it on this straight edge, but then I kind of have to wrap around. So either way, it doesn't line up perfectly. We can go, see, 90 degrees from here, right on the seam. Oh, right on the seam lines up. Clean. Factories. All right. Here's what we'll do. We're gonna set up a real, actually small space elevator factory. We'll get advanced steel production going. We'll send that rocket off. We're gonna do some tech and research. And once we have the basics of the space elevator parts kind of loading in, we'll take a quick lunch, about five minutes. I usually go down, throw down a snack, and we come back. So let's get that going, and I'll show you kind of where I, at least at this stage of the game, how I do my space elevator parts, because we don't have any making at the moment. Actually, this is a pretty good space for it. I like it. Let's let's get the space elevator down again, because we had it obviously up once. It just requires a lot of parts that we don't have. Let's drop our organics off up here. And let's go sort. Bop, 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 bop. Delete. I guess we can go dump those. Let's go dump those in the backup biomass factory. At a minimum, it makes the solid fuel for me. Because before we do anything else, now we will have to think about power. Which, now we have all the components for. Take a few of those back with us. We do go through them pretty slowly. Oh. Hit an incline, just completely stopped all of my sliding. Slide it on. Oh, right. Can't go away. We did come here for... We did need stuff. Wire and rods. Out of the wire and rod sections. And rods. We're going to pull a little more than we need. There we go. And slam it down. Again, right over here, nice big open space. And room extra for these factories we're going to throw down. So, lovely green area. Oh, this is gorgeous. Gotta watch it every time. Oh, boy. Where's that hook? Where's it at? Come on down. Come on down. No, coffee cup, coffee cup. Not loud. not chainsaw. Ooh. I do love a lot of their animations. The portable miner's great. The space elevator's great. Like even that little milestone rocket over there is really awesome. Hot. Okay, so we now build ourselves a factory at a mildly greater height than this. This is fine. This is a pathway. To there. How do we want to come to here? Essentially, we're going to put down a bunch of storage containers and manually feed them, right? I think I even have the corner pieces if I look. I don't. I haven't bought those. And we need three things for the phase. What I like to do... Hello there. Water check. Devin. Thank you. Want some water in this coffee? I was feeling parched. Hope you're having a fantastic day, man. I know we are having a factory-rific day. We essentially need room for 3 assemblers here, right? That's all we need. Is it assemblers for all of them? It's not. There's none of these are manufactured parts, right? It is. How can I do this? I want to see the space elevator parts, but I guess we can throw down the assembler and look. I'm pretty sure it's an assembler. Pretty sure these are all, because we couldn't do the manufacturing. Yeah, versatile framework, smart plating. What is that? Is that actually going to require a manufacturer? Because I guess manufacturing is part of the tech tree. Miners, expanded power, hypertubes, logistics, fix-it blueprints, which, you know, we could do real soon. Automated wiring. Yeah, there it is. Let's look it up. No. Automated wiring, something we can't do yet. That's what happened. Okay. It is the current milestone. Let us dunk it. Let's do that. Yeah, lots of meetings, man. I feel you. I feel it. I'm in so many meetings. I'm sorry. That's terrible. I was like, I feel it. I feel what you. I understand it. And I know I'm just about to get called out. But I had meetings and they sucked. I could relate. There we go. Meetings today, lately, yeah, meetings automation machines.
Improved with a larger storage container, enhanced conveyor belt efficiency, as well as the ability to store excess power for later use.
Cool.
An additional project part can now be constructed.
There it is. Assemblers.
Further progress to the next phase is now possible.
Oh, straighters are actually a problem. Straighters is something we need to be able to make. And something we should automate a little bit at least, but did we skip out on straighters? Or are they just made in the assemblers and I just didn't look at it? Because we're going to sneak through phase 2 right now. We're going to get that going. There. Okay, so it is steel pipes. All right. So we're going to need 4 assemblers. So we don't have a factory yet. We can do all of that kind of down here. This is the nice secret space under the beltwork. We throw down 4 assemblers. I like to do this a little cleaner. I like to spread this out, so let's do that exactly. Let's take some wood with us. Now, there's definitely a time in my career that I felt like I was having more meetings than actual work. We've got to meet with, you know, especially when I was in command, I had meetings with, you know, my company leadership, and then I would take those meetings to the battalion meeting, like that information to the battalion meeting. That was, you know, also weekly. And then you take those to like the brigade meetings that were monthly. You've got your morning meetings. You've got your quarterly meetings. You've got some extra meetings in the morning for, you know, occasionally for professional development. You got to do your daily meetings. In this particular case, because we were a basic training company, to organize the day and, you know, make sure the drill sergeants all knew what they had to do for a given day. Oh yeah, tons of those. You know, more and more the longer I was in, of course, the more leadership roles I took on. I think this is fine. We come out to here, and we essentially build 2 storage containers. Let's say starting here. And we feed those into an assembler. Set that assembler to, say, straighters, which needs pipes and wires. We come back here, and this is another thing I like to do with these walls. We put signs up. It's under organization, right? Yep. We need quartz. Let's go grab a bunch of quartz. The only way this works cleanly is if we do this with signage. Okay. One of my many reasons I never aspire to management. I think I did pretty well. with the right mentors management is it's got its perks. That and that. And we said that we wanted what? We're making the straighters, we need pipes and wires. This is probably the most temporary one. The rest of these will stay. Okay. Not that direction, guys. In fact, let's just do a 1 meter sign. Pipes, wires, right? So just come over here and I make this the... Make this wire. Oh, they're also upside down. Alright. We're gonna let these rotate once. Okay. Rotate another one. It was rotate twice, right? Because it was upside down. Now if I just copy it. Here we go. Pipes. And wire. 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 And we just have to feed it. And it'll make. Well, after we get, let's get some power going up here. There we go. Feed it and it'll make. Then we repeat that process. We take a gap. Alright, we line up storage nice and center. Throw down another assembler. Just line it up. I want to line it up with this, but it is just in the middle. We make this smart plating, which requires reinforced iron plates and rotors. Give it its own power line here and connect it. We're gonna really gonna start needing lights in places like this. Oh, I don't know which way was which. Are we rotated again? We are. Okay, we said reinforced plates and rotors. Oh no! I wouldn't mind something to tell me which way's up. Okay. Reinforced plates. And rotors. There we go. That'll work once it's fed. Let's, instead of starting with the walls, let's start with the containers. Get these facing the right way. They just keep rotating on me. Is that right? Nope. I think because I grabbed it from there, it's going to be wrong, isn't it? It's upside down. It's currently upside down. Alright, not going to look at it yet. Feed it from 2. Give it some power. Where are you at? Here we are. Bam. Alright. So this one is the versatile framework, which is modular frames and steel beams. So modular frames, oops. And steel beams. Which clearly we had to get going. Steel beams. We had to get going back there. One more set, which properly needs more floors. That's gonna give us, yep, the right amount of space. Now we're about to fuck with some signs again. Which direction are you? Alright, cool. Which I would say goes that way, but I'm gonna guess that way. Yeah, alright. Not the direction you think it's gonna go. Is the proper answer. Line this up. Let's bring all these power lines over. Come on, give me the power line. I think there's a line in the way. All right, don't mind chugging it up there. Automated wiring, extrators, and cable, which is over there. Extrators. You know what? Let's adjust this. Rotors and reinforced plates over here. So this would be rotors, and this would be reinforced plates. And that makes the smart plating, right? We do that because we're making extrators over on this side, right next to this machine, so we can feed it. So automated wiring requires extrators. Extrators and wire. All right, so extrators here. And wires here. Cables here, right? Cables? Not wires. I keep saying cables, but it's wire. It is. Okay. Awesome. Now the output of this, quite neatly, we're going to actually put it in the storage bin, right? We're going to visibly dunk it in there. Of course, because the wall's there, that creates a little bit of a problem. And hopefully not so big that... There we go. Now the wall also wants to get in the way there, so you've got to be careful. So, now we just go get things. We could belt them all the way around, but for the most part, I kind of been hand carrying this stuff over, right? So we go, you get all the wire, right? You get the cable, you get the wire, you get the things I have very little of right now. Just gonna empty my inventory of these items for now. Oh, you just get to disappear. Get rid of the quartz. We have any rotors, we drop the rotors, and the reinforced iron plates. And then we just go get, you know, handfuls of these at a time. So let's say the wire and the pipes. I can more or less sort this, grab every wire. And drop it in. We can grab most of the pipes. I think we saved. Well, we don't have to save any. We're gonna take a quick break, and they'll refill in the minutes we're gone. There we go. Other things we need to take with us. Yeah, reinforced iron plates. Let's take all of those and head on back. Oh. Let's see. Let's dunk them. All the way over here. Let's bring back rotors and steel beams. Rotors. We take them all. And we can take all these. Ooh. Interesting. We actually have a bit. Alright, we'll dunk our plates into the trash and just pick up the beams. There we go. Inventory space. Do you need it? Okay, what did we pick up? Actually, heavy modular frames is something we don't have a factory for right now. Which is, I mean, it's another assembler. Requires stuff we have. And now we need some of the stuff we've thrown away. Yeah, let's do that real quick too. Let's throw another. So we need another assembler, right? Cool. We've been dunking so many things. I don't know what to. Oh, we have that. We had that few reinforced iron plates. Oh boy. Heavy modular frames are definitely something we've kind of skipped out on. We're only pulling reinforced plates at 10 a minute right now. What are we doing? What are we doing? Cable. Let's build it. Build our shortcuts. Cable's here. Actually, we can take all of this cable. Oh, we're gonna do that quartz too, didn't we? Just dunked. Yeah, we're gonna do quartz. Just take one. No need to overdo it. Heavy modular frames. Reinforced plates and iron rods. We're missing the wire for that, but I bet if we just connect it directly, we're fine. Reinforced plates and iron rods. So, let's see what direction we gotta flip this. Okay. Are we that low on reinforced plates already? Guess we only had 19. Take them. Not that this machine's gonna get fed, I guess. Alright, we got a 180, don't we? Nope. But we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I think it's going one way and it's not. Oh, it is actually going that way. There we go. So, reinforced iron plates and rods. Alright, so actually we had, the reason we don't have reinforced iron plates, we dropped a bunch of them over here. So we can take half of them. Storage is so clean, yeah. Oh, we love our little storage facility. We'll go get rods. Take them all. Appreciate it. Drop the rods. Alright, so. Rods are full. Plates are full. Alright, things are going in. Where aren't they going in, right? Like, where's what's going to hold it? It's going to be like straighters. Did we not fill wires? We picked up wires. Now we filled wires. Straighters are going to come in at a slow pace. Heavy modular frames, we've got to bring over. And now we can't afford the plates. So I want to do... Let's see. Rods. We've just been dunking all of our materials everywhere. So we don't have them for basic construction. There we go. So these modular frames are coming way back over here, right? So a good way to do this. Wait, where are we going? Oh, we are going to be going that way. That's wrong. But at least we've got these set. So we'll bring it over here. We're going to elevate it for a couple... for most of this journey, it's going to be elevated. We need to come to there. Okay. Now, if we were ever going to overclock anything, you know, these would be where we would do it. And mostly the straighter and the heavy modular factory. I think we're sitting on one. Let's grab another. Let's make some power shards. There we go. We have 5. Let's make sure we have the power. Like we're not like overpowered, right? Alright, we need cable. Again, we're dropping all of our stuff in. And we're gonna have to slowly rebuild. Now we need wire. There we go. Alright, so let's drop a power pole right here. Just so we can monitor where we're at. Yeah, we're producing from our biomass. Is actually happening. Well, that sucks. Alright. We'll go refill that in a minute. Because we do still want to put one of these in and overclock them. There we go. Probably at 200%. Alright, 4 per minute. Which one of these is hungrier, right? So they're both making... This is making 10 straighters per minute. This is making 4 per minute. This is hungrier. Alright, that's going to be a drain on power that we don't currently have solved. Anyways, this that did it. That would unlock it. So what's it take to make a Mark II miner? Encased industrial beams. We could do this. We could do this real quick. 30 encased industrial beams. That's going to be all of these beams. All of the concrete. 60 pipes, which sure have come in by now. We'll make the modular frames. Start filling out all the stuff, really. Grab rods. We only need 1, so let's edit that to-do list for now. It's got to be a very temporary solution. We need to eat. Need to get some food and come back. So I only need just enough to double one of the miners back there. And then split its split its output to the power production that's already back there. It just was never connected to. And that'll be super easy. Pop, 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 pop. Alright, enough of those. 2 miners. And let's grab a bunch of basic parts. We're definitely gonna need at some point. Don't want to forget. Get all the way over there, right? And then be out. Alright, that's fine. We can drop a little bit of these rods over there. And let's visit our factory. Let's add 30% to our power production. We're going to go from 900 to 1200. And I don't think we've consumed... Yeah, we only have a... Well, max consumption is 12 to 24. I don't know if we've gotten that high. That's a lot of machines running at once that aren't all running at once. I would love to have all those lines be straight, but we aren't consuming all the things we're making yet. Oh. We can do this. Slide, jump. Slide, jump. Oh, a slight hill. Stops my momentum completely. Slide, jump. Fuck, little hill. Slide. Alright, fine. We won't slide anymore. Not until we get to the downhill, and then we accidentally jump too high into the air and we die. Slide jump. Slide. It's the little things you've got to enjoy between all the big factory productions, right? It's the itty bitty things like this. I love going under. And this we had set up because we were counting on 2 miners being back here. But you know what's not back here? 2 miners. Sorry, 2 ore slots. I guess 4 total. We only could connect to 3 because I don't have explosives yet. We do a Mark II belt everywhere. All the way up to, say, that. We put a splitter on here. Get rid of that. We do that. There we go. Literally, that's all it took for doubling the power. A lot of Mark II belts we don't need, right? Because they can't be consumed any faster, but as long as both these belts fill out, this has got to be Mark II the whole way. But it's, yeah, there it goes. It's going to take a minute for the machine to catch up and start putting out double capacity. Which, you know, we could also increase by throwing down more power shards, which is we don't have the belts for at the moment, but another method we could have taken earlier, now that I think about it. As soon as we had Mark II belts, we just needed to power shard it. I don't think it would in power shard terms too often. Okay, these are slowly going to spin up. This is going to be an unstable amount of power, but it will stabilize given time. So let's run back. Do one last thing. We're going to connect the space elevator parts to the space elevator. Unstubbable. Unstubbable. Jetpack win. Yeah. That, I hear you. Once we get to oil. I think we're close. We did just get steel up. I think oil is the next big place we go. And that'll be another big power explosion. And that might be a whole collect resources day. Well, we decided we're going to limp into phase 2 by manually crushing out some space elevator parts. Now, this is kind of how I do all space elevator parts. So there's only 500 of them. I only need the 500. So we're manually feeding them in right now. I think we just ran past the some nuclear stuff over there. Dedicated collect resources day. Yeah, we do have those. I don't think any of these are gonna produce at a rate that needs more than one belt coming out. How cleanly can we do it? So these first two don't output anything I care about. There's the Mercer Sphere again. Let's call it a merger. Alright, this is pretty easy. I wish we were getting 120 minute of all these, but we won't. And there we have it. We are collecting. I say there we have it way too soon. Well, there we almost have it. We've almost done the thing. Now we just gotta take it over. Of course, we're missing the reinforced iron plates to take it all the way over. So let's mark 1. If we're 60 per minute, it's also a real big number for us. Yeah, this is fine. We can probably go to like there before we need to go up. Even then, we can go up again. Come on to the top. There we are. There we are. And back on down. Yeah, we don't need to carry it all the way. It probably wouldn't go anyway. Right. I'm actually building Mark IIs. There we go. Space elevator part sushi belt. A sushi belt of sushi belts, even. We didn't Mark II the whole thing. Let's get the 2 bottleneck items kind of filled up. Let's check all the canisters. So, kind of fine there, right? This is gonna make what? I guess rods need to be filled up a little better, but the 3 reinforced iron plates make 2 modular frames, which is to say we're gonna make 300 modular frames over there. When we come down to when the modular frames are being consumed, which is here. It makes twice as many. In fact, we're so full on these. So we're gonna get like 200 versatile frameworks out of the 500 No, it doubles. So out of the 300 or so modular frames, we're gonna get 600 or so versatile frameworks. That's plenty. This automated wiring over here. This is smart plating. Actually, we need 500 of this, which means we need 500 reinforced plates, 500 rotors. How many do we have? We could take some of those back. We could take some of those back, but we also can't. So smart plating's fine. I guess the last one's going to be automated wiring. We'll take a peek at that once we dump some materials back off. Because we definitely didn't need to take all of our rotors. There we go. We'll keep a couple on us. Reinforced iron plates are always going to be low. Let's dump off this organics and the miners. Yeah. All right. So, the advanced wiring, we only need 100 of those. We already got 25. That's this machine right here. Wait a minute. We built that. Okay, this machine here, maybe? This is the automated wiring. It is 1-to-1 and 20 to 1. So as long as we've got 100 straighters, we don't even need to be making straighters anymore. Except that, you know, we want them. So if we say, like, there's 100 straighters in here. There we go. We can come back to those later. And we did check these frames. This needs 2 versatile frameworks. We want 250 of each material, 250 modular frames that we'll need to keep making. And do we have enough steel beams? I think those were the big bottlenecks. So this is roughly 1,000 steel beams, but we need 12 per. So I guess we'll do 12 times 500. We need 6,000 steel beams. So I'm glad we're making those at 42 a minute. And the last one we were concerned about was the pipes. And the pipes are making straighters, and we determined we had enough straighters. Yes, we did. Okay, so beams. Let's go do 1 dunk of beams. 1 uno dunk beam. On these, it's gonna be a minute before we get enough beams. We're gonna do something even dumber. You almost see, you know, dumb to max. Actually, if you want to talk Destiny 2 trailer, they, oh no, it won't work. I was gonna, like, just dunk it all the way over. We'll manually feed it. It will be better for us. Talking about the Destiny 2 trailer, the whole expansion leaked. People were able to trick the PS5 into updating, and had full access to the entire expansion, and there were spoilers everywhere. So be careful if you don't want spoilers. But all right, we keep saying it. We need to go eat something before I have a before my stomach eats itself. So let's take about 5 minutes or so. Usually averages 8. So I say 5 to 10, averages 8. We're gonna slam down a snack, and we'll be right back. And with that, we'll come back and we'll diagnose what's next on the factory. So those of you who are new to the stream, thank you. Hope you hang around. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Tangled up in our own headset. Hello! Lunch. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And some Cheetos. It's been a while since I've had Cheetos and or peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That was nice. That was nice. It was even an Uncrustable, which, you know, are their own thing. So, of course, we were thinking about this, and we can't do this. This isn't gonna work well. The first thing that caps out is gonna block all of it. We've got to either run 3 individual lines or capture them in a storage container. So, which one are we doing? I heard 3 lines. So, let's make it a big mess. It drives me crazy to have Teams meeting when it could have been said in an email. You know, it's interesting because that's a problem people have had with emails for ages. All right, meetings in general. Oop, am I good? Are we good? There. I'm gonna just tightly fit everything on one. Oh no, right? We're so low on all the things because we dunked them all in here. Here, let's do this the way we're comfy with, right? Windows, conveyor walls. It's probably not even the correct conveyor wall.
News from Earth. Widespread chaos in Vietnam. The president urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien
That's so bad.
artifacts.
Thanks, Mercer Sphere. I can't wait to know what you do. I actually do. Is that right? Did I? Okay. This one. Right, we're making it a... I can't reverse it. Which is probably this line, right? Which means this line is probably this line, right? Means we should probably get our wall up here, right? So the thing that should probably just be a factory. All of these parts. Always say that, and then I get annoyed by the emails too. There's no personability. We should meet more. Fortunately, at least in the last couple assignments, we didn't run into those problems too often. The things that were emails were typically emails, and things that were meetings were really big meetings. And if it could have been an email, people would definitely let you know. Okay, so we gotta get this angle there right, but oof, or that angle. Damn. Guess we really need to line this stuff up way back here. Alright. Close enough for government work? Oh god, that's gonna bug me. I think if we go like here and over, that's nicer, it's cleaner. Cool. I'm definitely not stuck. Fuck, I'm stuck. At least this leaves the conveyor belts, so we're not having to redo it all. Alright, there we go. Same thing over here. Let's not eyeball it. Let's connect it. I've definitely done these usually in with storage containers. I've done this in the past with those. This works. Not pretty. I guess we plan on tearing it down, right? Although I didn't want to... I wanted to avoid doing some temporary things. I guess this isn't one of them. Hello there, Leo the Lion. Thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here, brother. We are setting up space elevator parts so we can get phase 2 complete, so we can move on to cool things. Of course, we're immediately going to have to go back and make some of the factories we've been ignoring. We also need to go back and handle our power. We need to put Mark II miners on things and really double the power output. Think about oil in the future. That's a thing that's coming up in these new phases. Got lots of stuff to do. Guess we come here to make this easier to connect. And now that we have the blade legs, we'll be able to jump these a little better. Now we're gonna do that. We can pre-connect these. These are all Mark 1s. Talk about something worth blueprinting. There's these little corners for sure. And blueprints are on the current tech tree. We just gotta get it going. I think once the power's set, we'll feel better about, you know, spending the time on it. Hope your own playthrough is going spectacularly. Oh. Yep. We're just low on all the things because we pulled them off on all the things. All right. 1. 2. And 3. All right, now we won't bottleneck. We'll just still overproduce on things. It's bound to happen. Especially like that automated wiring. It's producing a little slow, but we'll be done with it soon. Another meeting. All right, see you in a bit. Fallout. Thanks for hanging out during work. I appreciate it. John says, I haven't played anything since first X-Pack. So, okay, you're not too wildly spoiled by the Destiny stuff that happened earlier today. I didn't... Does it have a D&D theme? I didn't take that close a look at... I guess I haven't seen the new trailer, so maybe the last shape does kind of fit there. Drives me crazy, teams being... Where? I'm that far. I just skipped over entire parts of the conversation. So that email did find me well, but because it find my I am no longer well. Ah. Good mood turned sour. Let's get rid of some unnecessary walls. Do a checkup, because the real big thing here that's going to hold us back is the number of beams this is going to consume. This is the longest project. It's going to require 6,000 beams. This is kind of long, but it's not... We already have... We only need 500 in each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, and, you know, the 100 that are already in there. Even then, it's going to take time. These plates, we only need 500. And we've already got a few of those, too. Let's go and destroy some stuff. And we're not... Ooh. We're still sitting on those. I guess we could put those back into the machine. Bop. There's 500 plus the 100 that's already in there. Get rid of one of you. There we go. We've been super low on those. So, machine done here. This is the one to feed. Hey, Bean. Oh, wait. There you go. Good Bean. Alright, so. Sorting things. Rotors. We can dunk some rotors back in. If we do that, we take off, say, 100. We can go manually dunk these things into the space elevator. Get them out of our inventory, because inventory space is kind of a thing here. And then we're going to take a look and think about power. There we go. Oh, we're max there. All right, so let's kill the automated wiring. Oh no. Okay, where is it coming out at? Is it this one? Shut her down. We could take, you know, wiring back. As if we were underflowing in it. This was fine. I'm okay with this continuing to make straighters. This is just gonna be a straighter storage we're gonna steal from later. Straighters also being a thing we need to make. But we're getting into bigger factories that are probably gonna require us to go farther out. I mean, they're definitely gonna require us to go farther out because, you know, we're kind of capped. But keep a thing of wires. Let's get some plates. Let's kind of give ourselves a healthy selection of things all over again. Like, we want 2 stacks of rods. We got enough screws. Let's put some back. Any room up there? No room on screws. So we're gonna just delete screws so we have a good number. I like, what's a 700 reinforced iron plates is good. Rotors, we have, I guess we're done there. Rotors, we have, what, 100? 100's fine. We're not using Mark IIIs yet. Let's dunk our tech. So I think we go pretty heavy into phase 4 right here. Where are we at? There are hyper tubes. Mark III. Yeah, let's do Mark III. Mark III logistics. We've got a lot of the stuff. I think we have all of the stuff. It's just going to be these beams, and these beams are going to be, you know, in heavy demand. That's why we did take a moment to double our steel earlier. To double our initial thought on steel. And there we go. Mark III logistics.
Milestone reached. Logistics
I'm thinking about
can
it
be improved
immediately.
with a larger storage container and
Let's
enhanced
come up
conveyor
here
belt efficiency.
and fix some things. We're going to Mark III all of these outer belts, all these outer conveyors. We're going to double the pace in which we're dunking into our sink at the end of each of this line. There we go. We're gonna double the material. Is it double, or is this where the belts get funky? Or is it the belts that get funky or the miners that get funky? I keep forgetting. Yeah, it gets a little funky. It's actually 270 resources per minute, not 240 like you might expect it to be. That's more than double for the belts. Usage. Oh, we're gonna do it here. We gotta start back there. So, just these outer belts, just what's going into the sink. Hey, there we go. One more? No, we don't need that one to be crazy. Here we go. I think we're sinking pretty smoothly here. It starts to stall on this belt. And then it stops stalling entirely here because this is where steel comes in. Cool. Done. Okie dokie, friends. Power. So power for us, going over there and say doubling it again, is going to take some coal generators. We were doing 4 to 8 to kind of cheat out the water. So if we want to put down, let's say 16, it's going to require, wait, we want to double the right side, right? So we currently we want 8. We want to double what we have over there, and yeah, that's 8. So it was 4 and 4, right? We only had 4 waters down there, which of course requires 4 more water extractors, 2 Mark II miners, and a number of pipings. But the one thing we're still handcrafting, and I promise is next, is modular frames. So let's collect some stuff. Does require encased industrial beams, which requires beams, and we've got a couple beams. Requires the concrete to make copper sheets in a higher quantity than we believe we need. We don't have that many. I guess we do have a lot of piping to run. Let's grab that. We have rotors. We need another. Let's grab another stack of rotors. And we don't need to whiteboard any of this out because we just have existing infrastructure. We will need 4 portable miners before we head out, but we don't have to take those slots up quite yet. So, 20 modular frames. Are we still... We're using this over there for the frames. We wouldn't want to steal it, but let's go steal it. Let's steal it anyway. We're making them. We don't make them if we can't steal them. I think we're making it at a pace faster than we care about. Just got to make sure that, you know, these have, you know, parts in them. There you go. Do another 100 plates, because that's going to work while we're away, while we kind of shore up our power. But the encased industrial beams, we do got to pound some of those together. You know, and for this area, is that a... Oh, it's coming back. All right, cool. I was thinking we could do small factories for things like encased industrial beams. And we might need to here using existing resources on the bus. That might be a thing we start to do. At least here, right? At least at this level, because I'm using these for resources for building more than I'm using them for greater production. We might start to cheat a little bit off the bus. Oh, good, the transport is running all the way up and down now. Yeah, and it happened as soon as I, you know, rebuilt it and or walked far enough away. We're not going to deal with that now, but that's next. All right, portable miners, 4 of them. Now we're just going to look at our list and predict what else we need. It's probably just going to be the things to make belts. Oh. Sort. Don't need you. Sort. Let's top off on things. Right, so we put, say, this wire back. That's got 256. We put 500 down. We can take out probably the frame. Is this empty? We'll put the frame here. Well, that's where it's going to come to anyway. Let's see. These plates feeling pretty good about. Feeling okay about concrete. What's concrete? Let's add concrete. And we have a couple steel beams. And I think they're for... We don't need that many of them. So we can probably dunk the first 100. Does that free up space? Because this is a thing we also take out. Where's it at? Take out a stack of 14, put a stack of 200. I think we're ready to build... That's enough, right? We do. Okay, we're good. We're ready to go out there and build. Put the Mark II miners down. Increase the throughput of coal. And drop a bunch of factories. Coal generators specifically. So let's do it. Let's do this, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, hey, look. There's the thing that's radioactive. Found it. I wonder. I mean, that's nuclear, right? So if I come over here and pound on it, Like, can I harvest it? And then I have some on me. I want some on me. There it is. Oh, okay, bye. Oh no! Oh no! Have I lost all of my stuff? Can I get it back? Is all of my stuff nuclear? I've never fucked around with nuclear. We've never got that far in this game. And now I think my corpse is nuclear. Where's it at? We gotta make it quick. We gotta be a gamer. There we go. It didn't actually require that much time. It was only 6. Okay. That was good. That was good. It was going to slowly build up the radiation, but because we were already full radiation when we picked it up, it just wasn't going to decrease the radiation any. This is more Samor, right? Yeah, this is the one we keep passing. So, essentially, we can add ourselves 2 more coal stacks with these Mark IIs. There's really a whole bunch of things we do with these Mark IIs. But once we start putting them down and generating that many more resources with them, power is a problem, right? But it does make, you know, it doubles all the available resources we have. Even more, again, even more impressive, we could just put the power cores here. And I think early coal is a great place for it. But, let's line all you up. Let's get this going. We're probably gonna need all the space we can get, right? Okay, 4. Are we not in zoop mode? Zoop it. Zoop it, baby. Okay. 1, 2. I think this should be yellow, right? If I put that down. 3. More zooping. Very, very close to the edge here. We're going to be a little off foundation. We're in the way. You're in the way. Don't move. We can line you up. I promise. It's in our power. I just stand off to the side. Maybe to the back. It's this sand that's getting in the way. I know it is. What happens if we drop it there? Just a little high, but it works. Just a little way out there, but it works. All right, let's try again. Here. Let's break our own power to make this work. All right, let's try that. Let's try that. So we get the splitters going. I'm trying to make this an easy plug and play because I thought, you know, we already got the coal running by. We just got to increase the amount of water we're sending in, which, you know, let's not forget the amount of water we're sending in. Let's not starve the coal supply and kill all our power. I'll try and get this set up. In fact, while we do this, we'll get a little bit of extra power here, right? If we need it, if we need it. We don't need it yet. Let's get our water going. We even give ourselves a little bit of a gap. 1, 2. 3, 4. The throughput of these is gonna have to loop better. So let's take the pipeline support and let's put it out here, and we'll start, start thinking of the game plan. So like that's nice, right? We connect it here. We take this junction cross, pop it down, right? We connect it all, power it up. We don't want to block ourselves in, so let's walk out of here before. I guess we're not blocking ourselves anymore with the blades, so the blade legs. The problem, of course, is the throughput of the water. Well, we don't have enough pipe in one direction, so we're going to layer the pipes. We're going to do stacking. Right here. Right there. 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 And this is where it gets a little tougher. So I want to stack it. I want to stack it higher. I want it to be up there. And when I put these down, we can stack them like that, right? So essentially get rid of that. Get the stacker. Say, oh, hey, look, you're stacked. Come down here. Again, we find where it's at. I think it's, yeah, right there. Stack it up. And again down here. And that should be something we can work with. So 9 is the hotkey. We take it and we funnel it like this. We essentially double the throughput of everything we're doing by giving it a second pipe to run through. We might have to add some lift. This is pretty high. In fact, we'll go ahead and add the lift to make sure it's working. That'll get screwy with the pipes there for a minute as they kind of refill. I know these were a thing we were working on at one point, but they're kind of unnecessary. Go back into logistics, take the pump, slam one down there and there. All right. Make sure I put that on the right way because I didn't look for the fluid. Yeah, there we go. Kind of running out of power poles. We do this. So there we go. I guess we can run out of power poles. It'll be a thing we can fix later. So that's just the last connection available there. It's going so many other places. Now we've got lift. I mean, really got twice the water we need. And we start connecting it. I think water gets connected first. We make sure it flows out. Can we connect from this height? Or we gotta connect from lower? Let's find out. I guess we could connect that weird-ass way. Alright, we gotta go on the inside. We've kind of blocked ourselves in at this height. Yeah. Yeah. Hello there, Neo. Welcome. Welcome back. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hey, water check. There's some water in this soda. Thank you. I was feeling quite parched. Piping. Water. Theoretically, we could pull this from the bottom like we did with the others, but I think that's asking for trouble. This one's going to be the hard one, right? Junction. Give me a junction. Because this one's steep. It's close. I'm fighting. Yeah, that's way too steep. Alright. It's alright, we can just pull this one back a bit. There's no shame in aligning things up just a little backwards. A little back from the machine. A little higher, you can see. Alright. That's water. So, theoretically we get water into all of these. Alright, so from up here, before we get tangled up down there, we could probably even do this if we were feeling a little better about our design. There, that's clean. Not clean enough for me to, like, redo everything, but, you know, it's nice for this. There we go. That control button, by the way, fucking glorious. I love it. I love it so much. Keeps everything tidy. And splitters. But you know, super easy to plug in to existing lines. Problem is, none of these miners are ready for it. So, let's do that before we start stealing all the coal. Let's get more coal going. Alright, that'll be 200. This will be Mark II belts. We're just going to follow Mark II belts all the way down. Hey! What's that? Nazgul? We'll go with Nazgul. Ah, bots. I love hitting the bot delete button. Let's go. Thanks, Nazgul, for letting me exercise my ban privilege. I really should, you know, report them before I ban them. That would be a better steward of Twitch. Better steward of this community. If we could, you know, eradicate them from regular Twitch, right? Kind of a disease that's infested the platform. And don't get me wrong, that's tempting. You know, throw down $40, get a handful of viewers regularly, bump yourself up, give yourself a better chance of being recognized. But man, that's I don't think I could dip that low. That's also probably why it works. It's probably why these bots, you know, are worth the time and effort that, you know, the company selling bots makes it. I mean, if there wasn't a profit in it, they wouldn't be doing it. It's just a shame it works like that. Okay. Now we've got the speed of the coal. We're going to start plugging them in. One splitter at a time. That one's going to be a little weird, and I'm just going to have to accept it. Weave, duck and weave, duck and weave. Get around the pipings. Cool. Oh, you know what? They're not actually connected to power. It's even worse. This one. These two. We have power poles. That's always fun. We have to add power poles. This is gonna like weave them in to places. It's only these 4, right? So this power line, that's already got a connection. That doesn't. That has a connection. That has a connection. That has a connection. We're all plugged in. Cool. Other side. Doink. And there's less power pole stuff happening over here, so we're just gonna have to take it from this side and do it all over again. Eh. Just throw down a couple. And then make sure they're plugged in. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, now get on down there. And let's connect the coal. In and out trip. 5 minutes. Quick adventure. Now this should be flowing steadily. No gaps. There's probably some gaps, some resources hiding back here. I see red. Why am I seeing red? Are we just full? Are you red? It's not actually red. But I do want to take all the excess coal out and we can feed it into some of these generators. Right? And that'll prime them. Prime's the right answer. So. Let's do that. Because it's not making it to the farthest point. That's the first place we really prime. The question is, do any of these get shut off, right? So it's got to make it all the way down, and it is 15 per minute. 15 times 8. Nope. Numlock on 15 times 8. Yeah, 120. So this line, once the manifold is caught up, will be fine. You can see we've got a little bit of extra coal still being burnt down here. So there's some time for these to fill up. Yeah, they filled up there. When setting up a belt line, should you prime all the equipment to help it catch up? Sometimes, yes. So I like priming these coal generators because if they start to fail, we can lose the power, and then none of them will run. One way you can easily do this is before you start them, you just let the coal load into all of them first. And I kind of just started adding coal to an existing system. When we first set this up, we let coal run and dunk into here, and then we set up the water, and then we let the water fill up, and then we started turning everything on. And then for power, when you're close to, say, maxing out your power, very important. For the rest of your machines, the rest of your factories, they'll catch up eventually. Those lines will fill up, and you're not as worried about getting reinforced iron plates completely primed. So you can just move on. But it does look, at least for now, we're producing at 1800, which is it's a little bit. That's a little bit. That should get us some time until we get to our next power structure, which, mind you, is probably oil. This might last us until oil comes. We might have to come back here, and rebuild these. Add to this area, which, hey, watch this. We can even dunk some materials down here, make this an easier thing later. We actually saved a lot of space over here. I don't have to build all the rotors next time. It's really what we're saving ourselves. Oh, and now we're just low on wire. Cool. It's going to be rotors for later. So we're good for power for now. Power is a thing we're okay on. Until oil. Hopefully until oil. Let's go back and look at the base. Let's check up on... We see our space elevator completion rate. That might... Phase 2 might complete before the end of the stream today. So the things to do between now and Phase 2 is what we're going to look at. We're going to look at all the little tech trees there, like the milestones. We're going to get all the milestones. I think is something we can do now. Right, and then an actual heavy modular frame factory. That's what we've been sitting on. That's what we've been waiting on. Which, we need. I mean, we need. We can't handcraft heavy modular frames forever. And then Straters. I think Straters is next. Make sure we're crafting everything that, well, I guess everything that we need, quite frankly. Every time we come up to a part that we need to build, we shouldn't be handcrafting it. And that might slow down, you know, getting into the higher tech trees, getting our trains going, but it'll make sure that when we get past those and we're beyond those, and when we are making trains, they're going to be really expensive to make. We're going to have some of those parts available. All right, so what does that mean for us? Well, it means we come down here. We look at the milestones. Ooh. We're at the blueprints. We're at the blueprint section. So let's get those parts going. And then we'll be able to start blueprinting things. Just the heavy modular frames. The Straters can chill for a bit. So we actually had a picture, and we can rewrite up everything on the whiteboard based on our photo from earlier today. Here we go. So, welcome back to the old whiteboard. So we're not staring at my phone. I want to get this back down on paper. This is for modular frames, not heavy modular frames. And it started with 7 smelters. And that was 210 lines coming in. That's going to come into 4 rods constructors, 4 plate constructors, and then 3 more rods. And we're going to separate those on purpose because these 2 move into 4 screws, and these are fractions of numbers, and those move into 3 reinforced iron plates. Then all of these come up into 5 assemblers for modular frames. Now the specific numbers of those and the power of those was 4.375. It was 2.625. Just gonna make sure those are nice and separate. This is like 3.9 for plates. It was like, well, 3.9375. I think what we end up doing is we're going to manifold. The only thing we set is 4.375. That's the only one we tune. And then what'll happen is we'll be producing at 4 full plates, and then they will back up. And eventually it'll sort itself out. At the earliest, if we really wanted to, we could set these 3, and that might be worth it. So this is actually 2.625, and we said this was 3.9375 as per minute, or sorry, that's the number of constructors, 3.9 constructors. And then this rod was 3.5. So if we set those, it should flow. And it's just about dividing the the ore properly. That's how we'll do it. Okay. So, to do this, we need to get our wish list going. So, 5 assemblers for modular frames, 3 assemblers for the reinforced iron plates. That's going to be 7 smelters. Over here is constructors. We're going to need 7 for rods, 4 for plates. Like I said, 7. Let's just add it up real quick. 4 plus 4 plus 4 is 12, plus 3 is 15. Ah! Buttons! 15. That's it. We have most of it. Let's go grab what we're missing. Sort that. We do need miners. And we started to work on this at some point. Let's drop the... Let's go drop plates over. Beams, if you will. We don't need any Mark III belts. Do we? We might actually just put the Mark III belts where we have 7 smelters. Even if we bring them in independently. So we can take 200 of those. Let's go grab, and we need 6 miners because we've already got 1 miner down. And this is how we're handling a bunch of impures. So let's put those on the list while we're at it. Ooh, actually, we don't need to come at these with Mark 1s. We can just do Mark 2s. And these are all impures, so with Mark 2s, they're going to produce at 60. We just take 4 miners over there. And 4 miners, if we hit the iron button, you'll see right over here, not over here, up here, up here. Ah, they're up here. I'm just not close enough. In fact, if we go over to Chrome and we look for impure iron nodes, that's where we're at. This is where we're going. That's all we need. 4 of those. And we could theoretically redo this math now for 2400. We've got a calculator for that. Let's look at the planner. And let's say we want modular frames. I don't care how many we need, but we want iron ore at 240. So 240 iron ore, that's 24 units per minute, I guess. Oh, this is... Oh, okay. How many? I guess we just increased the number of modular frames per minute until we get there. It was 2 per. We were going 5. Let's say if we wanted 10. 10 is 240. Perfect. It's 5. It's actually just 5. We don't have to reduce anything, right? So it's well, there's a small change. There's small changes here. So you can see instead of 7 smelters, we need 8, which we knew that's fine. This is a much cleaner number. 7 constructors for iron rods. We already have that. We need 4.5 constructors for screws, so that's another constructor. 4.5. 4.5 for iron plates, so 0.5. Okay, we did circle numbers here. So 5 screws and 5 plate constructors, but they're really, 4.5. Then the rods themselves are full. They're actually full. Full rods, full 3, full 4. I don't even know if they're... How many of the iron rods are going over here? 45? I guess we could overflow rods and screws, and that'd be fine. We'll manifold them. 3 assemblers for reinforced iron plates still, and 5 full assemblers for those. So we only need a couple more constructors. And and we're fine. Less miners. Well, I guess more miners, because we're bringing in... it takes twice as many portable miners to do it. 1 smelter and 2 more constructors. So, modular frames. We actually steal those from a place now. Right there. We're still making them, right? We're still making them faster than they're using them. Cool. I only need a couple, so we're going to put back a stack. Because room especially going to get kind of... Oh yeah, they have a site to show the math. No more whiteboarded? That's not what's going to happen. Oh no. Oh no, you can't take the whiteboard away from me. I'm whiteboard life. Alright, so let's do the encased industrial beams and the miners and go do it. We actually waited a long time for these Mark II miners and could do a lot of refactoring. So I guess a checklist of reinforced plates could come in faster. Alright, we just got to go put some miners down over there. It's one of the things we wanted to do. We prepped that whole factory over there for faster beams. Or sorry, faster iron products. So after we get this, maybe that's something we go tackle. We get that running at a better clip, and I think that's the big one. I guess what we could do is every time we pull off of the belt, we go double production, right? So we're talking about making encased industrial beams by pulling off the bus. We would just have to go increase the miners for limestone, make that factory a little bigger. We double it, right? Because we're only taking half. And the same thing with steel, which we've got Mark II miners now. We've got coal at 120. We could double that whole production. Good to know. Actually, good to know. If we really wanted to be cheesy about it, we could put power cores and everything. But I'd rather just make more machines. And we should have enough here to get 6 portable miners. 6 more. 8 total. Pop, 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 pop. 7 and 8. All right. Anything else we want to make sure we have lots of? I mean, iron rods, plates, those things are always welcome. We're fine there. We could use a couple stacks of rods. And I think we just iron plate right at the end. Cables we can dump. And let's go. Over the water. Got a little wet. We know what the nuclear thing looks like. I was kind of wondering if we could harvest it until it wasn't there anymore. I think we might be able to. We just will die several times in the process. Hey, hog. I saved space in my inventory for your meat. Not the leaves I picked up. Your meat. Because I have room for that too. Alright. Alright, faster beans. And I was like, you can upgrade the wildlife? I mean, maybe. Okie doke. Mark II miners on all of these impure nodes. It is becoming 4 normals. They're gonna give us 10 modular frames per minute. Maybe we go vertical this one. We haven't gone vertical. Like, we've made these big, sprawling, flat factories. But we haven't left a lot of room for upward mobility. Not enough space for the ore. Gotta dump some more. Yeah, I mean, it's a factory, building vertical factory game. We should take advantage of that. So these are all coming out at 60. 60 times 4 is 240. We could merge these into one belt. We have the power. But first, let's make the building. I actually really like this route. I don't necessarily want to cover it up. Right, so what if we built over here? Is this anything important? We get vertical on this segment. You know, maybe before 1.0 comes out, we can just do make a full map plan. We can sit down with like a spreadsheet and a whiteboard and a design document and just plan everything. That sounds like fun stream material, right? Spreadsheets and whiteboards. Alright. We want this on the world grid. 2-meter foundation seems fine. World grid. That's the starting point. Let's go in all directions. Gotta see what we can get away with. We're gonna need at least, what, 8 slots for smelters? If we want them all on the same floor, because I'm thinking floors have a purpose, right? We give them, like a smelting floor, right? We take the raw material on one floor, and we go from there. There we go. Leaves. Pick up the leaves, please. All right. And we have the ability to kind of come out here, I think, pretty well. We'll have to, do some tree chopping down there. Get the foliage gone. Dermot, only if they release the recipe changes soon. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I'm curious on how big those are going to be. It was a clip on YouTube I saw when they were doing the dev stream. And I should really go watch the whole thing rather than feeding off of clips on YouTube. But they did mention that they were looking at releasing that information, or at least they said the location of the resource nodes, so that people could plan their whole factories out ahead of time, because they know some of us want to do that. But they didn't mention the recipes when they said that. My assumption is it might be implied, but I guess we'll see. All right, so if I want to, getting those attached to 2x foundations is kind of tough. I want to, I guess we can go under, and that'll give us an easier. Snoot mentioned that they will release it soon. No actual date when he was chatting with Blitz's team. Okay. With Blitz's stream. Okay. That's good to know. What I'm really curious about, as we all are, is when is 1.0 coming out? So, of course, by the end of the year, I'm assuming, I'm just setting my hopes to December. But man, I would be wild if they dropped it. Since they're going to release those things soon, it would be wild if that meant they were very close to a 1.0 release. Wipe the world and restart. I'm kind of hoping to learn enough about some of my ideas now, so that when 1.0 comes out, we could do some cool things. But I wouldn't say no. Yeah, soon, exactly. I'm sure it'll either collide with Factorio 2.0 or it won't. That's facts. It will or it won't. God, I hope they release some part. Oh, I mean, they could release 4 months apart, and people still might not be done with their, you know, Factorio run. I mean, I guess I can't see them releasing in the next month or two Satisfactory 1.0, but they've only got, let's see, it's June practically, June, July, August. They only got like 2 months until Factorio 2.0 launches. Oh, am I just out of... I'm not out of space. There we go. Sometimes I can't pick up the leaves when the chainsaw's out, and sometimes I can. I'm not sure what which one the intended behavior is, but... Okay. This one? To, like... Maybe we just drop it here? Because all we're going to do here, we're just going to combine things cleanly. As cleanly as we can. Merger, right? We're just gonna 1, 2, and we can merger. Get that enough of a stretch was not clipping. 2. P implies Q or not Q indeed, always true. Alright, so we can actually... Right there. Now we can line up a little better. Give it a nice clean, you know, center approach. 90-degree turn. You see everything's powering down there. Oh, we're working. But they're full. They're full and waiting. And then, funny enough, we redo this. We redo that merger to send it. Send it over. Because what we've got, friends, is a Mark III belt. Which we're not going to use everywhere. But we have it right here. You know what? You know what? The other way. Let's do it the other way. Why does it matter? Because I want to put a door and a walkway. Alright, mergers. We're going to have you show up here. And there. There we go. This is what we want. And then we get the output. We get the walls. A good conveyor wall never hurt anybody. Let's stick true to our word. Drop a door right there. Mark III belts all the way up. Hello, door. And this belt's going to come in and move along this side. So, smelters. Yeah? Yeah. I don't even know if this is enough space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's enough space. And only because we did them right on top of each other. So, splitters coming from that direction, but then turning. Let's make this a hop. Alright, so we don't need to hit 3s into the splitters. And really we only need to to have 3s for a period of time. This is 240, right? So we say 240 into that. That's 210. That's 180. That's 150. And we could theoretically drop the tier 3s, but I think we keep it. We just keep it the whole way. Coming from the other side. Iron, iron, and iron, and iron, and iron, and iron. Alright, we can copy paste. I really should get a better copy paste button, but it is Control C, Control V. What am I gonna do? I would love to be able to move and sprint while I paste it a little easier. Alright, so this is the smelting row, which is to say we hit 240 in, 240 out. And that's going to go into 3 separate segments. Actually, it's going to go to 2 separate segments, but 130 per minute going one way, at 105 a minute going another, which means at 30 per, we're going to go 90, 120. So these merge going, let's say, that way. That way. And back. And we're going to need a little bit out of this. So then these, same thing. We're going to go to the outside edge. And this is 30, 60, 90, 120, and it needs 135. And we can splitter this and let it sort itself out in the manifold. At 105, we don't need Mark III's going this way. Are we losing frames? Let me check my Twitch health. I mean, bitrate's unstable like it normally is because I just got high bit rates, but I don't know. You let me know. Let me know if this is a continual problem or it was a temporary issue, or, you know, if you think it's a me problem or a you problem. We won't leave the 2s going here until the very end, when we go from 120. We add the last 30, so it's right here, and forward, out of there. And we'll put that there so we remember. Okie dokie, okie day. Alright, we don't have power for all this, so let's get it powered. I think we have a power pole there, and then we can neatly throw that power pole here, and then clean. We want to make it real clean. We're going to need walls all the way around. And then maybe sealing it, right? Put a ceiling. Oh, window frames would be cool. We need to go get silica to do that. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3. And a floor. Right, another foundation. A thin one. I think this is where we want it. Or is it here? I guess that's plenty of clearance. A 3-high ceiling. Right, now we can, you know, climb the power to the ceiling and go up. Alright, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's do that. So, power, power, power. Overabundance of these like normal, so we can always call to them later. We are terribly staggered here. What happened? guess it just decided it was going to be a improperly placed foundation. Which is a shame, because I think that just ate up all my cable. All of my power. Alright, we'll fix this. We can't leave that hiding in there. Yeah, you lost power. We knew it was happening. Alright. Oh, that's quite off. I decided I liked putting these things here. But it is, I guess with smelters where they're fitting inside the blocks, so. There we go, all of them are running. I didn't have to overdo this, 'cause I think I want windows, here. Oh. Okay. What am I done? What am I doing? I guess that's fine. That works. It's, actually, where is that? That's in the middle of the... It's in the middle of the wall. That's how we redo it. I didn't mind if it was like the top or the bottom segment, but it is clearly the middle. Let's get rid of you. Let's get the floor segment back. We'll go to 1 meter. Like, and I guess that's the question. These walls start on top of the foundation. So the best way to do it would be there. See, that was almost under. Is that lined up? No, see, they are floating. We did do that. Cool. Cool. No problem. We're getting really good at this. We can get 2 machines per. And, you know, some of them going to the wrong machine. Let's go. Awesome. Okay. Super simple. Going vertical. No problem. So, we come in, we've got a door. We're going to have a nice window. It's a nice view. You know, maybe even shorten it a bit. These are going up and in 2 separate directions. Where do we go? How much room are we going to need? And let's not shortcut it, right? So, we could set 1 layer of machines going 8 wide. We might not need any more room than that. We could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say we go to here. Right, let's say we stop it at this space. Which means we're going to want a wall with a conveyor window. And a wall with a conveyor window. I think we do kind of lose out right here. Kind of like this. On the inside. We can make it cleaner, I guess, by doing this. Putting some walls, you know, this way. I think this can stay. This is fine. This part, however, it still comes over here. Takes a right turn. Comes this way, takes a right turn. And finds itself right there. This Mark II belt can go right here. We go several floors up. Well, one floor up. And then we put another conveyor window. And we find ourselves a Mark II for this one. And a Mark III for this one. And we save space here for windows. Alright. I think we can even add an outside walkway. And maybe that's what this edge over here is for. So we could go like, you know, I do want this to be a giant window at least on that side, but you know, window right there. All right. Now, getting up there shouldn't be a chore. So, we've got architecture for stairs. We have architecture for catwalks. Catwalks can take us up there. I think stairs might look better. We don't have to go. We wouldn't have to go back to check the not the the awesome sink. We just got to put one down. Get our tickets out. Power it. Get our tickets out. $16. Awesome. Let's take our 16 tickets. That's a hell of a lot of tickets. Drop it and pick up the shop. Let's see what we can do. I do like the structural frames. And we're getting into, you know, decorative stuff. The beam pack's always nice, but the stairs. So out of 16, there's 14. There's 16. Look at that. Some corner roofs, guys. Exactly what we wanted. So, now we have stairs. We have a lot of stuff. Stairs left. So essentially, we want to come back to the back of the factory. Stairs left, stairs right. Like it is still stairs left, right? Correct? No? Maybe? Let's check. Stairs right. I think it is just stairs left the whole way up. But I'm getting like... Aha, that. Where's the clipping? Is it this? So I want to do that, but I guess that's the wrong way to do the stairs. Alright, let's try it out here. So we went stairs, we wanted to go left, and then we wanted to keep going up. It would be that. Alright, so... Hello, floor. So maybe we're just too tightly packed in there because it looks like it requires more space. Which is a word we like. So, well, maybe if we turn it this way. Like right here. Maybe we do have to come out here. I haven't worked with these a lot, so it just doesn't come out. Oh, I'm in the way? Is that what's happening over here? I think the floor is in the way over there, but... Okay. Just gotta bring it back. There we go. Will the railing work on the stairs? Let's see. I do not have... I don't have angled railing right now. Doesn't look like it, no. Not yet. In fact, the way this spins around, I feel like this is an aesthetic thing and not a functional thing. Because I think the catwalk railing is just a cleaner cleaner rise up to the higher floor. Most importantly, let's get the floor done. We'll delete the floors later we need. Let's just get them down. Get them down. So if I wanted to use the catwalk stairs, and let's say, we could even just ramp it, honestly. Just be like, hey, you use the ramp. I guess the ramp's not as easy. It's not as steep. Jump pad. Might be the good way to go for this one. The jump pad's a little fun. It is a little bit of fun. I don't know if I'd call it the way to go. I definitely researched it. It's under transport, and I need biofuel to use it. I don't need the biofuel to use it. As long as I don't care where I land, right? You just connect it to power. Yeah! All right, that's fun. We do have trucks. We do. We just haven't had a use case for them quite yet. And I think when we start using trucks, we're going to start building roads. I think they go a long way. Now, we spent a lot of time just trying to get some stairs going, guys. Let's just get some stairs going. Let's get it moving. I think if we start with the catwalk up here, that makes it easier. Then we can stairs down. There we go. That was not nearly as hard as I keep making it. Damn it. It's harder than I keep making it. Hey, there we go. You're underwhelmed. It does more, but you do have to, like... There's some heights you can really work with to make the most of it. Is what it comes down to. I would say I'm whelmed by it. It is a whelming feature. Alright, so first thing I kind of notice is we want to do, I guess we have two segments of this where things are going. 4 going to rods. Oh, I guess we can make this the rods floor. Because the way we have this split up is I split up what's going to rods, and I split up what's going to plates. This could be the plates floor. It'd be much easier, I think, if we made this whole thing plates. And that's 5. There's 5 constructors we get to fit in here. The downside, a little bit of the downside, is we don't have a walkway with the way we just did this. So back to the ground floor. That's gonna be better. We get a corner catwalk and we place it at the right height right away this time. And now we can do the stairs. There we go. And you know, because I wanted this to be an outer walkway, we extended out one more. We put the glass right there. All right, aesthetically we're fine. Now we can walk. Now we need the 5 constructors. And let's get these down and kind of see what they look like. See how they feel after we're done. Because we could theoretically do more here. 3, 4, but we didn't take like the width. I think if we wanted to do more, we go the other way. How much room do we have here? We only have like eight spaces here, so yeah, no, I think this is fine. Otherwise, we're gonna need 7 for rods, a little higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's gonna take some space, and maybe that we do horizontally. But this is all 5 plates, so plate them up. First vertical, kind of cool looking building. Splitters. Give them plenty of space to breathe. And we didn't nearly put those facing the right directions. Because they are coming from that direction, but then we got to rotate the intake to the left. There we go. And somewhere, you decided, at some point there, you decided to not be in the right direction. These can all be 2s because we're only getting 105 up here. And into there. The power. You know, we were fine with the poles for now. Bad DCID from the assemblers. What's that mean? Oh, yeah. First time you saw the jump pad, you were underwhelmed. You could kill yourself on it. If you jump from a height and land on it, it will propel you pretty far. It's something that Justin spent a lot of time playing with. So it can be cool. These were like right. I want to be under you exactly. Let's say you were right here. And now I've taken the power. I guess I've taken the power up to the floor, but we've not left ourselves a lot of places to connect it to. Because we kind of greedily plugged in a bunch of things. So like if I take this away, there we go. Now power is up here. Now things are happening. Now we're going to merge them. Back over here. And now these are producing plates. And they're producing at 20 per. 20 times 5. That is 100 plates per minute. We only need 90. So we set this one to be a half. There we go. And that makes sure that we're getting exactly the ingots we need. Oh, did I? What did I do here? Mergers. Yeah, mergers. They can still come out in there. Yeah. They just tagged on somewhere weird. All right. Let's grab that window piece over there and send you over, but we're out of reinforced iron plates, so let's go on a trip. Let's just get all the reinforced iron plates we see. Dress cover interval distance, they weren't maintaining their ranks well. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's fair. You've caught me twice with that word. Twice with DCID. And I know the concept. I know it well. I just never hear it called DCID. Maybe that was your the color guard time, or the honor guard, or whatever it was called. Maybe that was a commonly used acronym. Oh hey, one of the things is done. It's just smart plating that's not done. I must have did the math wrong. There's no way I put 6,000 beams over here. Oh wait, this is the right one. Crystal framework comes off. So, you're what's left, huh? 2 smart plating per minute, a couple hundred minutes, and we'll be done. But what we can probably do, well, everything else is done. We can go steal the power. Well, we can't steal shit if we ain't got room. So we grab these power chargers and go spread them out. We had 5, so let's pull 5 slots. Okay, 1, 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. That should cause it to finish. We're about half to go. 250, 120 something minutes, and now we're gonna do it in less than an hour. Go. 5 per minute. So 256 divided by 5. 51 minutes. And I think we grabbed all the stuff we need. We can drop off organics. We're worried about spacing. I'm starting to think DCID might have just been a thing your TI said and not a normal basic training term. Well, and I don't have the memory for, you know, way back when. Things that I didn't do or say regularly might not have been in my vocabulary. Might have, you know, left my vocabulary, left that little mental block I call a brain. So it's entirely fair if you remember something that was common and I just forgot it. All right, we got to get this slide down. Okay, we don't hit shift anymore because we did turn shift to a thing. And actually, they were constructors. I can't imagine that sounded well on the mic. All right, we could grab silica while we're back too, but we'll decorate later. We'll decorate when we're done. Decorate when we're dead. Oh, hey, Bean, go away. Go away. You're clipping through my shit. All right. So you get to come out at Mark II speed. That also means we could use some of the rods here, and then send some back up. We could do 3 rods, and that's probably important because then we could keep the reinforced iron plates together, right? So the idea is, let's zoom in and move things around on this little chart. 45 rods and 60 rods. We need 4.5 constructors for screws. I don't really think we have 4.5 constructors worth of space up here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could technically fit it. But it does, I like having more space. We would have to come this way. Chop some trees down. And, you know, essentially we would take some of these over and then send some right back up, right? That's the hope. So we would grab a splitter. We send this over here at Mark III speed. And we could send Mark II speed back up. The backside. Get a good 90-degree turn. Come forward. Say about there. And we're gonna need splitters, right? So splitters. First order that way. Then we take them from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we 5. Yep. That's fair. Now we're kind of relying on the manifolds to do the job here. We want to get pretty close. I think that's probably enough room. Let's say it is. Let's get those constructors down, and this is again 4.5. So we'll have a 50% constructor at the end. Steal some power from that. And alright, we gotta tell it what to make. So, if we tell this one, then it's gonna make rods. That's the mistake we've made. Not a huge one, but we need 3 rods up here. Specifically enough to make 4.5 screws. So 4.5 screws is 45 rods, full 3 rods. Okay, this is even easier than we had hoped. Nope. 3, not 2. And then we can do the screws one more floor up. And it's just showing us yellow because it's touching the poles, which we're fine with, but I think they're getting in the way a little more because that alignment's off. Let's try it again. Alright, now these are rods. 3 rods. And this is going to go up to the simpler floor. These are not all powered. In fact, none are powered. This is one of the reasons we give ourselves extra, because we can always reach back and touch a power pole, and then reach forward and touch more power poles. I want this to come to here. I mean, they're going to be made into screws. We could have some fun with this and go this way and make some extra. You know, let's have some fun with this. We can add supports to make this look like a good building structure. Because we need 5 screws. We could fit 5 like snug in here, right? Right up against the rock. I think we're gonna play into that with the architecture and not have walls this side. But essentially we want 5 constructors arranged in a way that works. And then this overhang will add nice little structural supports, and this whole building will have a shape. Maybe a good diagonal like anti-ramp coming down. But more importantly, let's add the mergers. We're gonna merge. We're gonna whole square space. We still have plenty of room to spread out. All right, so then we come back over here with the splitters. We come from that direction, and we actually split. Now that I'm looking at it, split the splitter. Imagine that. And this will manifold. It'll just manifold differently. I don't think that's the solution there. This one is, though. Cool. So let's do the belt work. So we're making rods. We need to make screws. This comes all the way over and into this splitter, which will go 2 directions. Which will have its own constructors. of the control button. Thanks for keeping things aligned. But you know, we'll all get fed. We'll all get powered. And we get to reach back to there. And we tell it, screws. Now, this is where belt speed comes into play again, because this is 4 times 5, and this is actually 4.5 screws. So 4.5 times 40 is 180. So we will need the faster belt. You're 50%. What we'll do, I think we can just slam it right there, right? And then I don't need this. I wouldn't mind it while I build, but we won't fall off. We can go into these with a 2. We gotta come out of them with a 3. Or at least, you know, at the end we do. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. This is doing its job. Alright, so walls. Walls high enough to start the next floor. What did we do? We did 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. And then we did the foundation. Like that. Cool. Very cool. We need like 3 over here, right? Then we'll just run this 10 down and see where it ends us. And then we'll see about another set of stairs that doesn't look terrible. We don't need all this, so that's good. That's good. And we could probably build the rest of that when we're up there. So we come up the stairs this way. We're gonna want to start, let's say, that. And that's a floor, right? So, what do we say? Back to this is a walkable, yeah, walkable height. So we come back from here too, and that's a floor. Copy the railing. Make sure it gets right at the top layer this time. Go to the stair. There, so much quicker. So much quicker when we know what we're doing and what we're looking for. Alright, most importantly, make that a Mark III. Get some floors for this part of the factory. Let's bring, I'd say everything up, but it's getting hard to, there we go. We'll bring it up to this level. But we don't, I don't know if we use it here or not yet. We're just gonna get all the materials up and kind of see where we're vibing at, right? What's the level? These plates are coming out at 100. So Mark II is fine. Again, this is the Mark III place. Both of these combine into 3 reinforced iron plate machines, 3 assemblers, which I think we can just see where we can drop them in a way that makes room for more rods to be made. And we've got all this space over here, right? So if I could drop, let's say, 3 assemblers in, you know, this space, would that leave room? It would. It would leave a lot of room for rod constructors, which, you know, we only need 4 of. Which takes up 4 spaces, and then we have room for more constructors. I'm running around looking at counting tiles, but we could just start laying stuff down. So let's say this cleanly wants my, you know, 4 rods. 4 rod constructors. And it's not clean. I think it's an amount. We're not actually getting the specific amounts here. And then say, could we put down 3 assemblers? You know, if we could manage to get the iron. Yeah, actually. All we have to do now is get the iron screws over here on the other side. Which may be aesthetically weird. And we could put down, we want 5 assemblers, so we would just have to make 5 assemblers work out, you know, in a good way. How would we want to do that? I think this isn't the way. But this over here was. So we drop the 3 assemblers, right? Make our funky belts. Which I think by making 3 assemblers worth here, we're making more reinforced iron plates than we are in the rest of the base. We drop our splitters, which, you know, 1 comes from here. Turns left. Turns left. The other comes from, I guess, up, right? From that way. And then we turn it, then we get it from the right. And then we get it from the right. Now, one thing I haven't thought about until just now was, what if that was where we dropped it off? Do we have just like a clean, we do kind of have a clean direct route in. I want a 90-degree turn. I want a 90-degree turn lined up with that. And I want it up. Part 2, up and in. I guess that's not nearly as high as it needed to be. And does it look better? I think it'll look better once we get the windows in. If we start it low and go high. Yeah, we just gotta line it up again here, 90 degrees. Get it about a block away. And send it up. Now, on this side, I think this is easier, right? Like, probably could have come from the left. But that works. Plug them all in. Oop. Start from this angle. Again, a great thing for blueprints. This is reinforced iron plates. This is reinforced iron plates. And nope, don't jump over it. Reinforced iron plates. Now we need power. That should be all 3 powered as soon as we connect to something. You know, we could... I think we go down with this like we did the others. We'll make that the power line that sticks. I want to say it was, let's count the squares. We go directly down, it'll look best. So it's 4 in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got it eyeballed. I just want to get close enough to... There we go. And that'll bridge the floors. Now, what about this little guy over here? So, a bunch of mergers. I guess a bunch of mergers. We can even move you over. So we can merge directly from source. Not mergers, splitters. We splitter. Coming from there. Now we come from the right. The right. I'm gonna get on the right. This comes in on a 2. That's the wrong place. There we go. Then we just get all the power connected. Set the recipe, set the output. We're getting smooth at this process. That's all. That's all we're suggesting. And we save that. We can also go up with it. So this is rods. So these are all the rods we essentially need that go straight up. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Mergers on this end. Which, by the way, we don't have any outputs. So let's keep them tight. We're going to be sharing that, right? Let's give our mergers something to line up to. We can take a little bit of extra room here and just let the belts breathe. Rods come out at a 1-to-1. Nope, you don't get to go there. Which means this is what, 60? There we go. Mergers over here. Essentially centered. It's running straight into... there's just no way we need Mark IIIs here. This is producing at 15. Yeah, we are 15 per minute here. But what we can say, for sure, we want to line up to that. Which, you know, if we get a... We don't have to use the merger, but it will help us align. There we go. And these spaces help because it's like that actually lines up in the middle of these 2 rectangles, and when it's a double door, they line up on the lines. It's just I always forget which is which. For each of the doors. So you can see I'm getting off track there, and there we go. Unfortunately, what we've done is we want to walk over those. So we're going to do that with floor foundation. What's going to be a cool one to do it on? I think it's the 4 meter, right? Now I wonder, was a 1 meter clip? It does. How much do I care? How much do I care? A little bit. I care a little bit. Like, not if I can't see it, though. Haha. Okie dokie. Oh, you know what? I bet it doesn't clip. Catwalks. Now we're thinking with architecture. Hey, look at us. Alright, one last step. One last step is floors. Or walls, and then floors, and then the last step is actually the manufacturers, which we want 5. So, let's say there's 3. Here's the 1x. We send it all the way down. And we don't even need this full segment here, that segment over there, but we do want to square it off here. I think we might not even use the whole of this floor, so let's get the stairwell going over here, run it to its natural point is that. The railing is a corner piece. Up 1. And then the stair. Alright, now we only need enough space to build the assemblers, but I kind of like how we've naturally met the top of this cliff. And theoretically have, you know, we could have another door coming into this, you know, kind of from this angle. The grass does meet it pretty flat right here, so I think this disqualifies it from a few angles. Just, we don't want to just be flat here. We'll take all those parts out we built into the dirt. There we go. Maybe some angled rooftops going here, but more importantly, let's get the last couple materials up. It's actually going to cause us to go out here a bit. None of these is coming out at gigafast paces, right? That amateur hour. The far side's got to be first. There we go. Plates are coming out at 15. Roger coming out at 100. So I think we did 2 blocks here, so that rounds that off. Man, I guess we'll go a direction with them. Easiest would be, you know, right here, because that's already lined up with the walls. As long as we can fit 5. And I guess if we can't, we can just rotate. Like, let's say we wanted this. Yeah, we can make a little bit more room. We can rotate the belt. I don't think we can do it as clean as I want. Like, that's not going to line up corner to corner. What do we have here for the building? Yeah, if we get away with not using this somehow, that would be cool. And I see it now. I don't see it that cleanly. I do see it if I do it this way. Like one in here, And this is like 4, it's a pure 5, right? So we could do this, and then do splitters work this way both directions? They do. We could do this whole thing with only one gap. And then just pick a side that's, you know, takes more. Hit the splitters, right? So right in the middle. First one comes into here. Okay. I'm pretty sure this works nicely. I wish it was more common for games to be this forgiving with blending player structures into the ground. Yeah. Oh. One of the earlier updates I followed was the change between strict and unstrict placement of let's say power poles. So we're going to place a power pole, and they decided that some buildings, you know, you can't place, you know, there's invalid aim locations that are going to overlap with important parts of the structure. But there are places, and that's where we're seeing yellow, where they're like, all right, this isn't critical, this isn't strict. It definitely overlaps the hitbox, but you're allowed to place it. And if you'll see, if I place this pole over there, it's blue. Over there, it's yellow. It's the, you know, strict, not strict, and forbidden. Or I guess, I don't know the terminology they used, but they're definitely allowing more areas for design. And that's, you know, made it real nice for me to, you know, some things require the clearance and some things you can get messy with. And what they're trying to prevent before was any clipping at all. But they decided it was better if, you know, some clipping is okay, let the player decide. Some is okay. All right. So, we're going to come out, we're going to turn 90 degrees. We're going to do so in the, not in the middle, on the side. We're going to have to use some of this space to get that guy up and elevated. All right, so he gets to come out 90 degrees. And I think this middle space here, quickly, got to be elevated one level. And honestly, let's get rid of that for now. Let's do the higher one first, because that's going to be a right turn as well. How do we do this? There we go. There we go, nice and clean. Alright, now let's feed the belt all the way across and then feed them into the machines. And you know we're decorating this before we're done. We got to decorate. We've got to leave, come back, and at least do a good attempt at making everything pretty. All right, so modular frames, copy, paste, paste, pasted, and pasted. No power. Right, current power line. Let's grab you. I don't know, you're 1, 2, 3 over? 1, 2, wait a minute. I guess he's 2 from this corner. He's right here. There we go. Upstairs is now powered. how we combine our outputs somewhere. Say, inputs are coming from over here. Is there a clean space for outputs kind of on this side? There's got to be, right? Yeah, let's bring it over. Just bring all the mergers going a direction. Oh boy, that's bad. That's not. Alright, we'll just do the same thing on the other side. Why would we line it up like that? Come on now, come on now. You're trying to line up to like the other side of the building, it's snapping. Or I just pressed it too soon before it had a chance to give me the green line. There we go. Ah! Oh no. Oh, good news, I'm not dead. Oh, okily dokily. Alright, so. Let's bring this home, I guess. That's the plan, right? Well, if you ever are dead, please let us know. Yeah, I'll make sure the wife knows to reach out to each of you. She probably would have to. We would have to spread the word somehow. It's not like you're checking the obituaries. Okie doke. Alright, so that's coming down. And we attach it to the bus. And... Jeez, I mean, really, a good... I want to do it clean and nice. I think we can just do it here, can't we? This is gonna run into some trees. The Twitchuaries. Ah, there it is. That's good. That's good. I'll take it. You're allowed to have that one. I think we have to come down here to do it. I think we're gonna run this, yeah, on the outside, right? By giving it a foundation, we're at least not prone to getting too crazy with the spaghetti. But ideally, I think we want to come. Let's go take a look at the bus. And literally, maybe we drag a platform off of it. Slide and jump. Slide, jump. And again. Jump. I think getting things lined up here, brought over, has kind of been our big plan, right? I want things to hit this belt. Hit this thing. I usually we were very close on smart plating. It has been 51 minutes or so. Alright, let's go up top. We'll just walk it in from that side. So clearly it's this line here. We want to go that way with it, but not necessarily over top of all that. We could come from here with it. It's honestly not terrible. Just give it a... well, I guess we're going under. Let's see if this works. I kind of like pulling from under here, but it needs space we might not have right here. Ah, we have it. That works. We'll have to clean some of this up with a chainsaw later. But we're also doing that thing I'm kind of trying to do, which is we're sticking close to the ground. We're avoiding mega sky factories. Kind of. We're still gonna be pretty close to this, aren't we? You know what? You know what we don't do often? We don't do non 8-meter ramps. What if we just try a 4? There we go. Already feels nicer. We could go around the lake. If we sit close to the lake, we'd have to zigzag a little. The grass is coming through. Something I'd kind of like to avoid, but it's working for me. It's working for me. We can't go to the nuclear area, so we will have to divert a little bit. But I think from here, going that way, we're pretty safe. And we didn't zigzag too terrible. It's actually left, it's been using the 4-meter platforms the whole time. And where did we start taking it? Right over there. Yeah. We were spot on. So 7E, E, a little more of a bump up. Let's go ahead and take another bump in elevation. We're gonna take a hard right at some point, right? Guess not right there. And because we're on the world grid, theoretically this all kind of lines up, and you know, not terribly messy. 7, 4. Yeah, we're getting liking these 4-meter ramps. So 7, 4. It's like it's not quite 8. So we're going to get a little funky right there. Because the world grid doesn't mean the world vertical grid. And we just get to take our victory lap home as we run the belt, which is really, you know, that's what this is. Nice little victory lap. We got a little bit of, you know, weird height stuff going on. Hey there, big guy. I wonder if he's part of the story. I wonder if he's just like a beast of an antenna that's transmitting all those weird spore messages to us. You know, like a hive mind. What if we're in a hive mind planet? And every hog we kill is just making things worse. It is kind of us versus the planet right now. Like, we're here to take all the resources and send them away. We're polluting the planet. Like, I could see a storyline where the planet fights back. There we go. Oh, just shy of the length there. Oh, and we're out of stuff. Awesome. Almost a victory lap. Jump. Slide. Jump and slide. Ah, getting stuck. Okay. We need all that, right? What else are we short on? We can grab a couple plates. We can grab a couple concretes. We're still in belt range. Just thinking, you know, this might have been an idea to a time to start messing with trucks, but we're still within belt range. And again, I think I want to do roads in the blueprinter before we invest heavily in trucks, which is something we'll be able to do soon. Something we can really explore tomorrow. A lot of blueprints. We get some ideas for like roads and buses, and we could do some of the every time we sit down, I think, to do something new, we'll have to think about the blueprint part of it. Okay, so let's say that exists, and we're gonna want to pull from there. Oh, wrong direction. They're reversed. There we go. Now we just mark to it all the way in. It's not a Mark II. It's not an amount that, you know, is great for the Mark II, but we've been cleaning up our belts just a little bit all the way in. And there we have it. Heavy modular frames theoretically on their way. I say there we have it all the time, but I did promise we'd decorate. So let's look at some of the architecture, what it requires. It's a lot of concrete. Good. Roofs require plates and concrete. These structural bits require beams. So let's grab some of that stuff. I know silica was windows, right? All these window things are silica. Cool. So we'll grab a couple silicas. I'll say 3 stacks of silica probably enough. Let's drop our flowers and grass and wood. I think we're fine on reinforced plates. We did say concrete and steel beams. Let's sort. Let's look again. I think it's the windows are going to be a lot of things, but, you know, do we need, I guess another 2 stacks wouldn't hurt. And we'll make sure we have all the concrete we can handle. We're very close to completing phase 2. Almost perfectly in time for the end of the stream. Bop. Bop. So we went vertical. We didn't take up a lot of horizontal space, if you will. And now we're going to do so in such a way that makes it look good. Ah! Brah! Brah! Okay. So, I like the panel windows, so let's start with panel windows. Bean, you're in the way. We said we want to leave an outside edge. So that's what we're gonna have here. I do think, because of the way these walls work, we're gonna have to put some regular walls in, because there's no like windowed conveyor wall that I know of. We could just single wall it, or if we do it, it'll replace it and it won't even matter because it'll clip through just fine, won't it? It actually will clip through everything. So what does that look like? It doesn't look so hot. But that's fine, because we put a conveyor wall there. We put a conveyor wall there, and then we put regular walls on the first, on this side. Like, at least in the first level. Alright, we go bop. Oh wow, that is really going to cover it up. It doesn't care at all. And we did talk about just using this natural cavern. We can't actually put walls, floors down on everything. And we could do this. And this. And there, now we've kind of, yeah, we go in to the wall there. Same thing over here. Not that one. I think we grabbed the wall. We built a wall. Okay, cool. Wall. 4-foot wall. 4-meter wall. And we just take it in. We take the window panel in. And we do another wall the same way. There we go. Floor 1. We follow the same pattern up here. We give ourselves a round of windows and a round of walls. Now, one of the really cool things we'll do next is we're going to add some depth. So this is something I've seen people do really well, and it's with foundations, believe it or not. Because what we're building, it's kind of a shoebox. And what we want is a little bit more. Now we've got this segment that's out here. I think we can bring it to there and then run that to the wall. These two, or sorry, this segment, we do what we've been doing over here. We bring the wall in, so we go out. We bring the window, at least at the second level. And then back to a regular wall. Doing a lot of hopping around the factory. Of course, the next step to making all these factories a little better would be to make all of them very walkable, instead of all this hopping around I'm doing. And I think we're going to do something like that in the future. With our factories. I'm getting ideas of putting this down for that, but it'll take a bit of pre-planning, I think. I couldn't dig this out and make it work. Alright, so this whole thing, except for that one segment there, right there is windows. Walls going over here. Walls, windows going on top. And the walls going on top. We'll have to play around a little bit with this edge up here. But at a minimum, I think the floor goes here. That builds us into the rock face, like we keep talking about. We come over here for the windows. Yeah, there we go. Window pane. I was worried I wouldn't be able to reach it and I'd have to walk back. So much faster to decorate than it is to build. You know, assuming this is enough, right? You know, we don't want to put in walkways or any number of things. No open air concept here at least. Let's go up and look at it from the upstairs. We have options up here, but you know, we also want to continue the pattern where it fits. Wall, 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 wall. There we go. And what we don't do, I think, so we cover this, right? But we didn't build anything on it, right? So we don't just box it in. We can give it some character. We just gotta make sure it has a ceiling. It's got the ceiling. This wall, we can continue, right? And then we say, like, what do we have available? Like a gate? That open up? Maybe nothing as serious as a gate. Let's try a door. Right, it's an outdoor area. We don't need all this, so we can wall that. And interestingly enough, we can mirror the other side. So this wall easily becomes glass, right? We go, take this back down. This is the first time we've had a fourth wall to deal with. Why not, you know, we'll treat it nicely. We can even leave a path for a door at that level. We go 3 high like we have everywhere else. We could probably even slant this one. Let's add a slant, a roof. We haven't played with the roofs yet. I think they're under architecture. We go to 2-meter roof. Is that gonna get out of the way fast enough for everything? So if I go, yeah, that's fun. Now it might play hell over here. Now that we've done this, we've got to find all the little places to get diagonal walls, if you will. You know, little corner walls. We throw a door here, because it's a door. Maybe even a gate hole. A door. Alright, so now is it walls or architecture? Oh, we didn't get all those corner ramp walls, so this is a big temporary thing. Oh, we need to get up there. Ah! Got it. Alright, that wasn't so terrible. Now we just do flat roofs. I don't know how far we need it, but we were perfect at aiming it. Alright. So, flat roof over here. What did I do, like 5? We're gonna take away this. Oh, hey, buddy. You're a little close for comfort, aren't you? I wonder if that does. For some reason, I believe that could destroy things. But I don't actually know for certain. How would I? Because this is. You can't face any direction with these, right? So do we just let them tile this way? You see the black border kind of does whatever it wants to do. And then come over about halfway and tile it the other way. You see, we're not quite high enough for all these machines, but I can be forgiven for that. Not inexcusable. A little bit of height. What might be terrible is this is not walkable. Like, come look at the factory, but don't walk it. All right, so we get that. all the way around because it's the second layer. We just cut it short because we didn't box everything. We can do 2 meters. Or 4 meters? This is 1. That's 4. I feel we definitely should just box it. We've done something terrible. This will not line up. It'll always have a gap. Ah! We're outside. We can jump it. There we go. This will be the easier way to take it down. I think if we go outside the range of all this, we start putting like foundations to add the depth I was talking about. We could do something fun with that. I don't know if this works like I was thinking it might. Or it didn't really connect, and we would have to deal with that forever. But good news, we brought plenty of silica. We thought we might be short, and we weren't. Alright, now we have actual roof stuff to think about. But you know, as much as I like the idea of putting an actual roof on it, what if we just did a glass roof? A glass foundation. Just 8 down. There we go. We're so quick. We're so speedy. Look at all that natural lighting. Alright, last bit that I saw that I think I really wanted to do. Oh. It is a long way down. I should have just jumped. Let's do this. Give ourselves both areas. I said last thing. There's a whole bunch of things we could keep doing. Go to the edge with that, right? We pick up leaves. We look at like road barriers. Right? We could road barrier this whole thing. We could add these railings we all keep asking about. There we go, railings. Oh, they do go sideways. Railings there. And there. And then we could start putting some, you know, road barricades here. But like, caution. You know, not for you. Don't touch. Be cautious. We do that thing like we did indoors a minute earlier. We do the 4-meter ramp. Right here. We do it on the other side. Ah! Let's I guess we make this an 8 meter so we can connect to it. 4 meter. Make that's the 8 meter. And double ramp 4 meter. Come on, don't fall off. We can do it. If I get rid of this. That'll do it. We can fill in. And catwalk. Alright, so the last thing we want to do, last thing I'm thinking, is we make this look structurally, you know, supported. We simply run these steel structures across the bottom. We give it the big pillar support. Yeah, so it no longer looks like a free floating mess. Big concrete pillar, right? I don't even know if we could need to do more than this. We could have put the big pillar support on the bottom. But there we go. That kind of works. So we get to like here, and this is still, you know, free floating mess. I guess we could put the 4 blocks down. Right, we just run that all the way over. Sneak it in, run it down. Come back here. Run it in. There we go. Oh, that's also freestanding. We could put more supports. Big pillar support. Yeah. We should zoop this. There we go. We just come back here and do it again. All the way down. That doesn't look so crazy now. I think most importantly, at this moment, we come out here and put down a lookout tower and take a good old look. That's satisfying. That's awesome. Get the whole thing right there. What's a little less satisfying is that they're not coming out at full speed. There's some problems. We'll diagnose them real quick. But it looks like a factory. It looks like we built something that works. Built something functional. We might see in the real world, or close enough. First time we did it this playthrough. We sure took our time doing it. Let's go inside and see what the holdup is, because this should be a perfect 240. At least that's what the plan was. We'll see where we went wrong. Just kind of closing up some areas here. So it is a merger. All right, we are merging. As long as this belt is going full speed, these should be going full speed. If I've got to, you know, lie about, I got to fix some belt speed here. This is it. This is where they're holding up. So if they're holding up here, where do they really get stuck? Well, the first place is the smelters. All these are running, should be running full speed. And this is 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is 240. Out here, these are impures made to be normal. So they at 60. 60. 60. And 60. We're definitely at 240. This the whole way in, and all subsequent center belts should be 240. So if these are working, there's a different holdup. Now, Mark III belt's coming out of here, because if it comes in at 240, it'll come out at 240. And this is a 270 belt. Shouldn't need it for any of this. It is coming out at 240 split. let us, just for the sake of it, we don't have to think about it, all of these outside belts will be Mark IIIs. Everything that's outside. So while we're inside, we just know there's no issues. That's the screws. That shouldn't be a problem at all. Alright. So no issues diagnosed on the smelting level. And then we go to plates and screws. These don't have to be Mark III. I think they just are. They're coming in. They are stalling a bit. This could have been a problem. Actually, it would have been, because that should be a full belt Mark III. Now from here, they're not. They don't need to be. I think they are. Wait, did I just make that a Mark II? I did. I did. Okay. It is being split and sent in 2 directions, so after this, it doesn't matter. These are all green. And the plates are kind of backing up. So the rods, theoretically the rods or the screws might be a problem. This is 4.5, going up on a Mark III. Let's make these Mark III, if they're not, because this definitely has to be. We're adding 40 on here times 4.5, so 48 times 4.5, it's 180. So Mark II belt won't cut it. But also, those are kind of staggering. So, we'll go up a level. The rod's slow. That's stacked at 100. We only needed 4 rod machines for certain. They're coming out, well, they're staggered. What isn't backed up is the reinforced iron plates. Those are 3, there's a yellow light right here. Not getting enough screws. It is the last one on the screw line. I want to say, how many was this actually? This should have been a full, this should be full. What we're not getting at the right pace is the fault is right there. And that's why we come back and double check. Literally, screw's not coming in fast enough. There we go. That should solve it. That should take, I mean, what was 120 screws per minute was all that was getting through, which would have only been 2 machines. We're now going to get an extra 5 a minute. 50% increase in speed, and then everything should, you know, eventually back up again. Well, I guess these rods will never not be backed up. Whoa, okay. What happened here? When did I do that? Well, that's, I guess, an easy fix. Also, a reason why we check shit. Okie dokie. Yellow's fine. Yellow means it's colliding with the poles, but I had this problem earlier too with that should be it. With our what's it called? Power, our coal. Not the you know, mysteriously deleting itself part, but no, 50% more plates. And, you know, makes sense. We weren't using them. We weren't using all these machines. What's this going to sit at? No power. It's going to sit at the no power button. This is why we keep looking until we see things working. Green, green. This one's yellow. I'm assuming it wasn't getting enough plates. They are being consumed earlier on the line, so With both of these going, we're really going to need those. That is 3 per minute. We're making 15. 3 per minute each works out. And they will have to saturate. On these early machines, you'll see there. We can even give them a jump start. Let's just get them all working. Let those machines really back up. There we go. I think rods are completely backed up, and we're going to start seeing them moving again. And now let's peek our head outside. Now we won't see these things start to pick up. Probably for some time. But good that we built this tower to admire our mess, because apparently it was a mess. We would have had, at best, 6.666 repeating plates per minute. We've just added another 3.33 repeating. Just by solving that problem. And it feels good. This feels fine. This feels excellent, which means... Oh, which means over here is done. We've got... space elevator to pull. We got a lot of tech trees to look at. And plans to make. Slide under. Go. Seal it up. And send it. Farewell. Phase 3. Oh, this one's already loading. How about we chill out there, right? And we'll put down 3 storage containers. Catch into the excess we're making. But we're gonna take our time on that one. Maybe even actually make real factories for them. Because these parts start to feed into each other even more and more and more. So we'll let whatever we put in there play out. Also means we've got a new sign to update. I think we have a couple signs to update. We have heavy modular frames coming in at 10 per minute. 10 per minute. Enter there. Nope, not enter. Escape. We just escape. Over here, we added the rotors yesterday, but we have steel beams and steel pipes. So the beams, they're coming in at 45 per minute. They were 22.5 each, and we doubled it. And the steel pipes are coming in at 40. Don't miss them. $30 pour me on it. All right. We're gonna need more signs soon. We're gonna have to church this place up a bit too. We did some decorating over there. It looks nice. We're gonna do some decorating over here. But how many do we have? It's clearly hundreds. There we go. We can start sending off a little bit of tech. All right.
Milestone reached. Pioneers can now store excess power for later use and span power lines across vast distances.
We're just gonna...
Stored power is automatically distributed.
Power line is something we could think about.
You've got the power.
A battery building, something to think about. Hypertubes are something to think about. That's good for transportation. Let's get those things in our inventory. Encased beams or something. Hey there, buddy. Ow. Go away. We actually... How many... Why do we have so many copper? Why do we have so much copper plating? We weren't making tubes. Oh, I guess we were making power not too long ago. Let's get rid of some of this organic material. We're going to want beams. That's a good number of beams. We're going to want pipes. We make 50 encased. I think it's... Is it 1-to-1? For the tubes? For that... Sorry, the encased steel? No, it's like 4 and 5 make 1. Alright. That's fair. We might take half of our steel production to do that. There's concrete nearby, which could lend a lot if we put a Mark II miner on it. I think it's a normal. No, I don't know what it is. I want to say it's a normal. But we could... we actually don't have to take anything off. We just put Mark II miners on the coal we already have. Put a Mark II miner on that limestone, and we could make encased industrial beam factory right over there by the coal. We don't have to go anywhere. We might even add some power overclocking to the limestone to get the ratios right. So encased industrial beams don't have to take away from our current beam production, which is, I want to say, minimum. I feel like it's not a lot. We don't have a lot coming in. We don't have a full 60. So we don't want to touch it. We do want it to grow. We want it to grow and eventually feed the sink. Let's take away some of this, some of these parts. I know we could probably go dunk them in the storage chest, but what are we gonna do with them? All right, so that's enough of all those. What are some other things we're gonna need to make? We need cable and modular frames. Finishing all the tech, and then we've got to use it. Is essentially where we're at. Cable. We've got everything unlocking because we just finished all the materials needed to unlock them, but not all the things have been used. Right? I guess we don't need to use hypertubes, but they're available. We have kind of been using Mark III logistics. The stackable pipeline support was probably the first bit. Our industrial storage containers could be set up. Blueprints is a definite thing that we're going to get going. What did we do in Tier 3? We are using the coal power. We haven't used vehicles. We finished the steel production. And we've had the Xenobasher for some time. So the only thing we're really falling behind on, I don't think is anything. I guess the strators exist and we don't make those. And was that basic steel? It's probably advanced steel. Yeah, we don't make strators or motors or heavy modular frames. So those are 3 things on a checklist for us to do. 3 factories. And if we have, I think we're immediately going to look at Tier 5 and find that they need, and the encased industrial beams. They need these 4 things to get going. To power those, we also have oil. We could handcraft our way into oil refineries and extractors and plastic and rubber. Those are relatively high quantity items. Getting the petroleum coke dunking into a sink is a good way to earn points, new shop products. It does require, motors to get going, but maybe we could handcraft those numbers. The gas mask is useful for getting us into those toxic areas. The alternative fluid transport is excellent for higher level recipes that we're going to get into turbo fuels for packaging water and unpackaging water. Super excited about that. Liquid biofuel, I don't think I've used before. Here's the thing returning. And then here's the manufacturer, the truck, the computer, the modular engine, the adaptive control unit that we need for Phase 3. And then we go to Tier 6, which is fuel generator, conveyor belts, conveyor lift, for Tier 4 stuff. Caterium, which we already have. We don't need the upgrade. But the fuel generator is where we can take all this oil we were processing earlier into plastic and rubber, and then just turn it into fuel. And that'll be our next big power. So maybe we handcraft a few of those out. I don't know. That's a lot of computers. The monorail is something I think we're all kind of super excited about. Clearly, looking at this tier 6, we're not going to get to the monorail this week. That's going to be a next week thing. But we have all the train system to think about. And jetpack, which once we get the oil going, and we get the fuel going, right? I think fuel is tier 5 too. Oil processing into fuel. We can get packaged jet fuel. Packaged fuel, right there. The fuel said jetpack in tier 6. And then some bigger pipes, which, you know, all of this builds up to, you know, what is hiding behind Space Elevator Phase 3. Just because there's no need to wait, let's get this filled out. Blueprints. So things we're going to start doing are going to start being blueprinted. Starting tomorrow, we'll one of the first things we'll do is we'll set up our blueprint, and every time we run into a problem that we go, hey, we should create a blueprint for this, we'll do it. And that's going to include assemblers, that's going to include manufacturers, that's going to be I don't know about our rail systems right off the bat. Maybe our road systems if we were doing trucks. I always kind of enjoy doing trucks for plastic and rubber, but we may or may not get that. I don't even know, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's come back over here to our browser. Where do the oil resource nodes sit? So if I uncheck, there we go, crude oil. I just want to see crude oil. I want to zoom out because apparently I zoomed a hell of a way in. Yeah, this over here, normal and pure oil. This is going to be our oil coast. I guess we could also come over here. There's a lot of oil over here. This is a distance. I would say one of these two, and probably one of the last things we built. We're here, and I feel like if I look, yeah, this is closer. We've got lines kind of coming out to here that turn up, that actually way up here. So I think that's where we play around tomorrow. I mean, this is just going to be all the power we could want if we get the right alternative recipes. And maybe not play around there tomorrow. We're going to have to find out. We do need rubber. We've got so many materials and so many factories to get going. So as long as we really start hammering those down, I'm going to feel good about it. You're going to feel good. We got the pod returning in 3 minutes, and we'll slam that last bit down. But realistically, guys, hey, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate all y'all joining me today, kind of helping me, I guess just hanging out, honestly. It's great. This is a full-time thing for me now. Full-time for fun. So I'm streaming every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every weekday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We kick it off at 11 a.m. my time, so noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and we stream till about now. 5 days a week. So come hang out. You know, hit that follow button if you want to get notifications when I'm coming back on. It's seems like my stream schedule is satisfactory to Factorio, back to satisfactory. So if you like this factory game content as much as I do, I'd love to see you hanging around again. Other than that, it's about kind of where we're wrapping it up. So have a fantastic evening. Enjoy the rest of your day. Wrong guy, but you know, I can't help but think that every time I get to the end of an outro. Couldn't resist. But thanks, and hopefully we'll see you guys again in the future. Hey, thank you for the follow, Jamoris. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher that. All right, catch y'all around. Outro.